Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Trustmark Arena for today's contest between the visiting Tuskegee Golden Tigers and your University of Montevallo Falcons. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please join us as we honor the United States of America with the playing of our national anthem.
Hello and welcome in here to Trustmark Arena on the campus of the University of Montevallo. I'm Wyatt Hall alongside my partner Alex Tejada. Today the Montevallo Falcons women's basketball team will open up their season here against the Tuskegee Golden Tigers. Coach Gary Venata returns to this Montevallo program after coaching here in the 89 to 1996. Alex, what do we have to look forward to today in their first game of the season?
Well, the most important thing is Coach Van Adt is back on the sideline at Trustmark Arena. It's a beginning of a new era. A lot of things have changed here at the university, but he believes he can turn it around and get the job done. Hasn't been very successful in the last 2 years, Montevallo women's basketball. So already the foundation is laid. He has talented players on his side, too. Haven Albright, who missed last season due to injury. Rayvon Christian and Morgan Smith return, as well as Ashley Dunstan. And in the exhibition, they look to be getting the season off to a good start, as well as he's brought in some freshmen who we might see today as well.
And you mentioned Rayvon Christian scoring 21 points, shooting 57% in that exhibition game against Carver. Not in the starting lineup today. So who is Montevallo going to look to just carry the scoring load? We have Morgan Smith, Alba Perez, Ashley Dunstan, Jasmine Stubblefield, and Haven Albright.
Well, Alba Perez had a good game last time getting rebounds, so she will have to feed players such as Jasmine Stubblefield and Morgan Smith. Haven Albright also has a good shot, but she's really good at distributing the ball, so it will have to come from a variety of sources. Ashley Dunstan, we also know, can hit the three. Hasn't done so yet this season, but it's just only been an exhibition match.
And you mentioned Morgan Smith. She's a leading returning scorer from last year, averaging 9.2 points a game last year. Scored 10 points in that exhibition game against Carver, and Alba Perez, who we mentioned, scored 9 points in the game against Carver. We will see Rayvon Christian today, but she just is not in that starting lineup. But Ashley Dunstan is not much of a drop-off at all. She was huge from beyond the arc last year for the Falcons, and will be that again this year for them. Starters for Tuskegee, Jade Wilson and Cheyenne Williams will be in the front court, and then Taylor Miller, Rachel Brownlee, and Jalen Estrada will be playing the guard position today for the Golden Tigers. Taylor Miller and Rachel Brownlee, the two leading scorers on this Golden Tiger team, and they will get much of the load today.
Yeah, interesting mix of two players. Taylor Miller, a true freshman coming in. On the other hand, the really experienced Rachel Brownlee. She had 28 points last game, and Taylor Miller has also had a successful time here, has double digits in both of the games she's played. What's interesting, Tuskegee does have more experience. They played 4 games already this season, 2 exhibitions and 2 regular season games. Montevallo have only played the sole exhibition against Carver, so it'll be interesting to see that here.
It'll be interesting to see how Montevallo defends Cheyenne Williams with Rayvon Christian not being in the game. Williams standing at 6 foot tall. Tuskegee wins the tip-off. Number 12, Jalen Estrada handling the point up to the top of the key. Driving left. Pass back out to number 5. Taylor Miller misses that one. Rebound to Morgan Smith, and Dunston will push up the floor. Goes quickly on the left side and gets fouled. And free throws were one thing that Montevallo capitalized on in the exhibition game against Carver, shooting 77%, 14 of 18 from the line. You got to imagine they have to do that again today.
Yeah, and the main reason they got fouled so many times is fantastic play in the paint. They were not afraid to drive at the basket and take on defenders against Carver. Hopefully against a higher caliber team like Tuskegee, they will do the same as well, because they got them to the free throw line a lot, and unlikely they got a lot of free throws, uncharacteristic from the team last season.
And Dunston hits one but misses one. Rebound goes to Taylor Miller. Jalen Estrada with the ball. Back over to Miller. Trap in the corner but gets out of it. Goes inside. Passes out. Number 10, Rachel Brownlee misses that one. And Dunston will watch it go out of bounds.
That's difficult for the Tigers. Both of their main shooters hitting air balls on their first 2 shots.
Jasmine Stubblefield handling the ball over to Haven Albright. Back to Dunston. Over to Stubblefield, quickly inside to Alba Perez. Trying to back down her opponent. Kicks out. Dunston saves it. Wow, what a play. Shot clock winding down. 6 seconds. Dunston will fire one. In and out.
That was unfortunate, but already the game being played at a higher pace than the one on Saturday. Haven Albright will have a tough test today. First game in the starting lineup.
And a quick pass, shoot, and a foul on for Rachel Brownlee, and they're going to call that on Jasmine Stubblefield. And Taylor Miller made a quick pass over to Brownlee that allowed her to drive baseline and draw that foul. She got a line for 2. The first one rolls in, so the game is tied at 1 point apiece.
And ball movement will be massive today for the Golden Tigers.
And Brownlee hits the second one. So free throws have been the only way of scoring for either team so far today, and Dunston passes that one ahead but is knocked out of bounds. Turnovers were a thing that hurt Montevallo in that game against Carver, and something they need to improve on here today. And turnovers has been a huge story every year for Montevallo, it seems like, as they turn one over there.
Yeah, it's plagued them for the last 2 seasons, and it continued against the Carver game and cut the deficit down to 10.
And another turnover. Dunston steals that one up quickly to Morgan Smith, who will pop it to Albright, and she will shoot off the rim. Alba crashing for a rebound. Comes up with it. Morgan Smith. Stubblefield got fouled.
And Alba Perez comes in, a highly recruited NJCC player. Was fantastic for Niagara County. So she has the in-game experience and has been throwing it around and looks like she can make it at the next level.
Right, she ranks top 5 in total rebounds in the NJCCA. And Rayvon Christian will come into the game. Dunston will take a seat. And this is where Christian is where all the scoring came from in that first game against Carver.
Yeah, feeding the ball down low to Rayvon Christian in the post was the game plan last game.
Misses that free throw of 2. Alicia Jackson, who's checked into the game, comes up with that rebound. Estrada drives left, kick out to Brownlee, who goes inside to Alicia Jackson, driving off the rim. Christian has the rebound. Morgan Smith, top of the key, fires it, and she drains that one. The assist coming from Haven Albright. We heard Coach Vanata call that out before it even happened.
Yeah, he knew. He saw the screen work out, and the pass was fantastic. Haven Albright has a tendency to shoot. That time made the right decision.
Rebound, Christian grabs that one. So 2 quick rebounds for Rayvon Christian. Stubblefield will push and draw the foul. Jalen Estrada will be called for that foul, the 5'5" freshman guard out of Skokie, Illinois.
Yeah, and that's just a freshman mistake, getting back on defense, just a little impatient there, trying to get a quick turnover. This game's been laden with turnovers early on, though.
Stubblefield running the offense over to Albright. Pass inside to Perez, and she's going to get called with the travel. Tried to back him down there, but took one too many steps. Estrada bringing it up the floor for the Golden Tigers. Albright had 7 steals in the game against Carver, very quick with her hands. And a steal inside from Alba Perez. Great job for her to fight position.
And Estrada's having a tough learning curve early on. That's her second mistake in the early goings of this first quarter.
And something we saw last year with the Falcons was they force a turnover and then turn it over themselves, and that's what we just saw there. Cannot shoot themselves in the foot that way. Here's Stubblefield. Over to Morgan Smith, driving left hand. And an offensive foul. And that's Stubblefield's second foul. Montevallo leading still 4-2 early here in this game. Top of the key. Brownlee is going to shoot awkwardly. Rebound being fought for, but Tuskegee comes up with it, and Brownlee gets that one to go. Bodies all over the floor there. Albright quickly up the floor. Morgan Smith fouled.
Haven Albright provides a lot of pace for this side, allows them to break quickly. You see Coach already having conversations with Jasmine Stubblefield. He did that a lot last game. He sees her as the senior leader of this team.
Morgan Smith will go to the line for 2 with the game tied at 4 apiece. Hits that first one. So now as Stubblefield comes out for a minute, Albright will get sole possession of that, the point guard with 4 forwards in.
Yeah, Falcons going tall here with Dunston and Smith in the game.
But Dunston and Smith can both play sort of a guard position as well if they have to on the wings. Here's Estrada. Driving baseline, in and out for Taylor Miller. And Christian gets that rebound. Smith pops a 3, gets her own rebound. And they teach you growing up when you're playing basketball to follow the ball. Great job there by Morgan Smith.
Yeah, that was fantastic anticipation. Jade Wilson was watching the basketball, and Morgan Smith was grabbing her own rebound.
Alicia Jackson kicks to Jalen Estrada. Inside, quick pass, in and out.
The movement's been good for the Golden Tigers. That's multiple times we've seen Brownlee get open underneath the basket, just can't convert.
Perez is going to be hit with a personal foul here. 3 team fouls so far here in this first quarter for Montevallo. Just over 5 minutes remaining. Quick pass inside, Taylor Miller. Good pass down low to Alicia Jackson. And quickly, Montevallo at the floor. Haven Albright will get an easy layup.
That was great defense from Ashley Dunstan. You mentioned she can also drop back and play guard. Well, that was fantastic defending and got it forward to Haven Albright, who's used to assisting it. Went in for the easy layup.
And active hands, Ashley Dunstan bats that one away. Montevallo up the floor again. And Albright, once again, 12-4, the lead for Montevallo. And Coach Kwasi Barnes-Timmons will take a timeout here as Montevallo goes on a run, being up 8. What are they doing so well?
Well, they're sending so many players forward, Tuskegee, that last 2 plays have been fantastic break points. But when you go tall with Morgan Smith and Ashley Dunstan, they get hands in your face that force some bad passes. Earlier in the game, Tuskegee was moving the ball at will. They just couldn't get shots to fall. Now Montevallo have been forcing them into errors, which normally Montevallo has that done to them, but did fantastic getting the ball to Haven Albright.
And the lineup's interesting. 4 forwards and a guard, but it works.
Yeah.
And it was working there. We'll see how much it can work throughout the rest of the game. But Dunstan, in my mind, Dunstan and Smith really are guards.
Yeah.
They're more the small forward type of guard, really. But their length provides, what's the word I'm looking for? They block inside. I can't think of the word, but they disrupt you in the paint, and they just force you to turn the ball. They clog the lane. That's what I was looking for. And they force you to turn the ball over and make simple mistakes. And then when you have Haven Albright quickly running down the floor, they're able to get some points out.
Yeah, and you mentioned it's a different type of formation, but basically the same jobs are being fulfilled, even with 4 forwards in the game. And it's not something you could stay with the whole game, but it's a nice change in tactics, a different look to throw at Tuskegee. Don't want your team to be one-dimensional, and already Coach Van Atta proved he will try several different formations and lineups.
That's a pretty excellent. So Montevallo winning on the glass, 9 rebounds to Tuskegee's 5, and Morgan Smith, the leading scorer so far, with 7. Rachel Brownlee leading the Golden Tigers with 4.
Has all of the points.
And another miss there, but a putback off the back iron. And Montevallo cannot come up with the rebound. And Alicia Jackson misses. But Rayvon Christian steals that one away. Gotta imagine a poor shooting percentage. 1 of 10.
That's the second time Alba Perez has been called for taking a step.
The Golden Tigers only 1 of 10 from the floor today so far.
Yeah, when one player has all your points, Rachel Brownlee's a senior, but she can't carry this whole team. Interesting, watch Jade Wilson, who's on the ball now. So far, she's been reacting to everything, and she turns it over again. She came in here expecting, just a lower team such as Montevallo. This new look Montevallo is moving fast. They have players like Haven Albright, who's everywhere. The hustle for Montevallo is up to the tempo and the pace of the game, and some of these Tuskegee players didn't come ready to play from the start.
The defense is a lot better than last year as well, Alex. Morgan Smith misses that one. Drive and kick. Taylor Miller hits the 3. Dunstan over to Smith. Albright misses that one. Morgan Smith passed up a 3 ball. Thought she would take that one. And they're going to give Albright the charge. So a great defense from Albright. Misses the 3, but able to get back quickly in transition. And then Taylor Miller called for the charge.
Yeah, I mentioned she's a speedy player. She's obviously a brave player, too. Coming off of injury, put her body out there and took the charge. But it was interesting. Morgan Smith is the player that passed it up and gave it off to Haven Albright. If anything, Haven Albright's the player that needs to pass up the shot and give it to Morgan Smith.
Jamesy Abney and Tasia Finley will check into the game for the Golden Tigers. Dunstan is going to be called with the walk. So the 4th travel called in the game, 3rd against Montevallo.
And Alba Perez has a lot of talent, but she's yet to gain chemistry, at least in this game. That pass for Rayvon Christian was just a little too hot.
Jackson over to Brownlee, guarded by Dunstan. Inside pass, Jackson, her kick out is too high.
That's what I meant by the game being played a lot faster, forces them into errors. Just makes a world of difference to have a ball handler like Haven Albright in the team.
Morgan Smith will take the three. That rebound goes right through the hands of Perez, and there's a foul called.
Yeah, it was Dunstan there winning a little too hard on Stegall.
Yeah, they're going to call the foul actually on Morgan Smith. That's the 5th foul today for Montevallo. And a trap in the corner. She gets out of it, back to Estrada. This is Abney into Jackson. And Christian hauls that one in. Dunstan finds Albright. Over to Perez, to Morgan Smith, back to Albright, and great hands by Estrada to poke that pass away, and they're going to call the walk on Estrada. So another travel called in this game, and Montevallo will regain possession of the basketball.
Yeah, it was an error by Albright with the bad pass, but Estrada's eyes just lit up, and she got a little too excited there going. Albright did well to recover, forced her into the mistake.
Morgan Smith back over to Albright. Great pass. Dunstan will fire for three off the back iron, but Perez crashing.
That's the second time Ashley Dunstan. Fantastic technique. Has just gotten unlucky.
Estrada will bring the ball up. Montevallo still leading 12-7. Minute 20 left in the first quarter, and a foul called against Perez, and I think that's her 3rd foul.
That's the person who fouled number 23, Alvaro Perez. That's the 2nd person.
2nd foul, yeah. She got called for an offensive foul.
Nalba Perez used to
Earlier,
the physical side of the game after
Right.
playing junior college, but today she's been frustrated. It seems had calls called against her.
We're going to see
Had to deal with some physicality on the other side of the ball.
We're going to see Brittany Wood will come in as Perez is going to take a second to sit out with those 2 personal fouls.
Brittany Wood is a sophomore, a little bit more experienced than Erica Hall and Ashley Tyus, 2 freshmen that we'll probably see off the bench at some point. Fatigue will play a factor in this game, as Coach Van Adt has already shown he'll run a lot of traps and double team players.
So Wood and Albright will handle the point, and Wood almost gets trapped in the corner, but Albright comes up with it, and very sloppy. But Christian is called for the walk. Coach Vanetta upset with that series of passes. Similar to what we've seen in the past from Montevallo, but this is a new-look team, so trying to play a lot differently. Under a minute now. Estrada will drive and kick. Deep 3 from Abney. Dunstan gets the rebound. Dunstan, cross-court pass, poked away but out of bounds.
Coach already preparing Ashley Tyus to come in the game. Does not like the ball movement we've seen so far. We mentioned old habits die hard. Even though it's Coach Van Adt's first game, they're still moving the ball a little too much like they were last year. New philosophies are being tried. It'll take a while for them to be implemented.
So Dunstan will take a break. Brittany Wood finds Tyus, and Albright's able to come up with it. Christian just Tuskegee all over Rayvon Christian when she gets the ball.
Yeah, they kind of took a page out of Montevallo's book. They realized the pressure was forcing them into mistakes, so they upped the pressure a little bit. Now Montevallo handing in some errors, keeping them in the game.
Well, coming into this game, they know that Christian had a career high in that exhibition, scored 21 points, so all over her. And number 44, Tasia Finley, was wide open when she received the inbound pass, but is fouled by Brittany Wood. So she'll go to the line for 2 with 20 seconds remaining here in the first quarter.
Yeah, interesting now that both teams have settled. Still a 4-point game. Montevallo keeping a lead, though. We've seen them very inconsistent from quarter to quarter.
Hits the first one. 3-point lead from Montevallo. The freshman from Alpharetta hits both free throws. It's a 2-point game.
Important to see how they handle this last possession.
And in the last 2 minutes of this first quarter, Tuskegee has really pressured Montevallo in the half court and has caused a lot of this sloppiness and turnovers, as we see one there.
And he'll give Tuskegee one more chance for the buzzer.
Brownlee pops it up off the back iron. So 12-10 at the end of one, and we have 3 more to go. And statistically, as we look over Montevallo, second quarter has not been good to him.
Yeah, it hasn't been pretty in the past, but Tuskegee unlucky not to be tied there. They had several baskets that missed. Ashley Dunstan, however, as well had some good looks, could have knocked down some threes. Impressed with what I saw at the beginning of the quarter for Montevallo. They were the first ones, you know, from the start, hustling, moving the ball well, but the passing just got a little wonky there towards the end. We saw some crazy passes trying to be forced. Good defense as well. You got to give the Golden Tigers credit for that. Be interesting to see the substitutions because the initial lineup has been figured out at least.
We're going to see Demaya Foster check in to start the second quarter, and she's been a player that we talked a lot about last year. Not really a scorer, but very excellent defensively on the ball, and then handling the ball and driving and kicking, sort of like Haven Albright. So we'll see what she can do. Probably give Albright a break.
Yeah, very similar type player to Albright. She was one of the bright sparks on last year's 7-20 team, which otherwise didn't have many. But her and Rayvon Christian, probably the most vital returnees. Rayvon Christian, of course, scoring, but Demaya Foster does provide you that defensive prowess.
So turnover still an issue for the Falcons. 9 turnovers to Tuskegee's 6. But they are winning on the glass 14-12.
You mentioned returning lead scorer from last year, Morgan Smith, and she leads the Falcons again today, at least through the first 10 minutes with 7 points.
Stubblefield and Demaya Foster in the backcourt with Morgan Smith and Rayvon Christian in the front court. And a foul as Smith drives. So number 12, Jalen Estrada. So we saw him go with 1 guard, 4 forwards, and now they're going to go with 3 guards, 2 forwards here, just changing up the lineup. Misses that one. And a substitution, number 2, Asia Stegall will come in. Smith will shoot free throw number 2 and hits that one. So 8 points on the day for her. Montevallo up by 3. And another travel. And great job by Albright to force that.
Yeah, Stegall and Brownlee, they're not looking like upperclassmen.
Brownlee is 1 of 6 today. Uncharacteristic of her. Here's Foster over to Stubblefield. Stubblefield's going to kick to Albright. She'll pop one up and nails it. 16-10, Montevallo leading the Tuskegee Golden Tigers here in the second quarter. First points of the day for Albright.
Yeah, she likes to take those threes. This time converts.
And Brownlee gets another good look, but off the back iron again. 1 of 7 today.
It's just not falling for Brownlee. It might be that home court advantage for Montevallo, or it might be the pressure.
And Albright wanted that one, but It will not fall. Rebound to Brownlee. And a foul inside. Believe it's on. They're going to call it offensive foul. Number 44, Tasia Finley. Finley's first personal of the day, and Tuskegee will set up in the full court press.
So far, neither team has used all of the shot clock every time. Both teams trying to force things. They're committing turnovers early on.
And a great pass inside from Morgan Smith, and Christian gets on the scoring column. 2 points today for her so far, had 21 last week.
And that exact play is what we saw all game against Carver on Saturday.
And an easy layup to Tasia Finley is missed and then knocked out of bounds, so Tuskegee will regain possession. Although Christian has only scored twice, she's got 6 rebounds so far, being very active on the glass in the absence of Alba Perez, who has 2 personal fouls.
Yeah, Perez, you don't want her to pick up a third, at least not in the first half. She's a very aggressive player, so you know that can happen. Rayvon Christian has made up with the lack of points so far with just being a presence underneath the rim.
Demaya Foster picks up a foul, and that'll send Ashley Dunstan into the game. Christian will take a break.
It'll be interesting without Perez and Christian if whether Smith or Dunstan takes the reins.
And a deep 3 from Abney, but she hits it. 18-13. And a turnover for the Falcons, just not paying attention there.
Yeah, it was in the direction of Demaya Foster, but she didn't get the shout because certainly was not expecting it. It was already.
She was covered as well.
Yeah, covered and halfway up the court. I'm not sure what that was intended.
So they're going to not guard the inbounder, but almost get a turnover. And Finley misses the layup. Wood on the rebound, throws it away.
The Falcons playing like a team that's down so far, just playing sloppy. They're up 5. They need to calm down.
Imagine that's what Coach Venata is letting them know now.
Of course, this Montevallo side not used to being in a winning position, so.
Right, and that's not a knock on the team. I mean, just looking at the last 2 seasons, only 8 wins, but this is part of the rebuilding process, and we have seen some improvements. Another missed shot for Tuskegee. Montevallo eventually gets the rebound. Albright, another layup for her.
That's what she does best, and you wouldn't expect that. The change of pace and the strength from Haven Albright out-muscling bigger players.
Abney drains it. 2016.
And Jamise Abney, the only Golden Tiger to start getting the buckets to fall. Brownlee still having a difficult day.
And the height of Alicia Jackson in the front court on the full court, or in the half court on the half court press, has really disrupted the Falcons. And as we see a near turnover. Dunstan fouled inside.
And Jade Wilson again finding it difficult. The pace of the game still seems to be a half step off, but Abney rushing the Falcons on defense as well, so definitely locked in right now, trying to give her team the lead. They trail 4 right now.
That foul on Jade Wilson, number 22. And the point guard, Jalen Estrada, will be checked back into the game for the Tigers.
She's had a very up and down game. Everything good from the Tigers has come through her, but she's turned the ball over several times.
Dunstan hits that one. So 2 free throws in for Montevallo. 6:45 to go here in the second quarter. Alicia Jackson doing work inside. Throws it up and then catches it again herself. Interesting play there, but Montevallo gets the ball. Albright will shoot. Drains that one.
You can see Coach Van Atta cringing over here for a second until he saw it drain, but when you have that kind of confidence, you might as well test yourself from beyond the arc.
Right, 1 for 6 against Carver from beyond the arc, but has made 2 today. And a floater from Alicia Jackson goes 25-18. Brittany Wood. Albright driving right side. What a layup from Albright.
Again, showing some of that agility. She's just a different type of player than the Falcons have had in the last couple years.
And a quick steal. Brittany Wood, 2-2. Wood will set it back out. Foster will take the baseline jumper and gets it to go. Double-digit lead now for Montevallo.
Yeah, Demaya Foster, one of those players we mentioned was the bright spot from last season. Can also pull up and hit a jumper like that. And Montevallo, 11-point lead at this stage. It's a great start under
and
Coach Van Atta.
Foster gets the steal. She's got numbers, and she takes it. Demaya Foster, 31-18. And that's what she brings to this table, to the table for this team, able to be very active on ball and then turn it into points. Fires that 3. Missed. Morgan Smith.
Again,
and it'll be Montevallo basketball. We'll have a media timeout.
Falcons playing at a higher pace and now being smart with the ball. Getting the ball to the high percentage shooters, moving the ball around well, not trying to force passes when they're not there, really just tiring down this Tuskegee team. And forced turnovers, the aggression from Demaya Foster. She's an all-around player. She hit the shot there and then came back and got on defense.
And they're listening to their coach as well. I mean, he's starting to call out things for them to do. And unlike last year, it's a different team. I mean, they're playing at a higher level, which is good, and it's part of that process. Got some newer faces, and this year and next year we should see a lot of improvement with this team. And we're seeing that here in this game. I mean, this is the largest lead, 31-18. And it's come off turnovers. I mean, we talked about that being a thing for Montevallo. They had to limit their turnovers. But Tuskegee has really just not shot well, first of all. I mean, the shooting percentage in the first quarter was 11%.
Yeah, they haven't shot well. They're not using their shot clock well. They're also not dominating physically, which is what they also could do with the size and the team. But not a knock on any other coaches or coaching prospects, but it's easy to respect Coach Van Atta. He's the winningest coach in Montevallo, so he comes back with a Montevallo pedigree behind him, so it's easy for him to command the respect of the players, and they certainly listen to him because he's been a winner everywhere he's been so far.
This is the difference in the game. 17% shooting for Tuskegee, 57% from the Falcons. It's a good number for Montevallo.
Montevallo have also shored up the turnovers as well, 11 now, and 11 for Tuskegee. They've definitely committed more in this second quarter.
And only 2 made three-pointers in the game against Carver. Montevallo's made 3 today. Christian, nice shot there from her near the free throw line. 33-18, Montevallo piling on the lead. And we kind of are eating our words now, talking about the second quarter hasn't really been good for the Falcons. They turned it around here. And Tuskegee hits a jumper there. It was Rachel Brownlee. And one opportunity for Demaya Foster as she drives left side. 15-point lead.
Brownlee starting to get going for Tuskegee, but it's just lukewarm in comparison to Demaya Foster. She's come off the bench and had massive impact. Seems like agile players like that, Demaya Foster and Haven Albright, have really proved the Achilles heel for this Tuskegee team, playing a little over-aggressive to compensate for the poor shooting. They've also taken more shots than Montevallo. Have shot 29 times as opposed to Montevallo's 20.
Here's Estrada. Dribbling left side, back to Estrada. Oh, excuse me, this is Stegall. And Dunstan takes it away from her. And the easy layup rolls out.
Unfortunate there was good awareness by Dunston, not only to get the steal, but she almost ran out of real estate and then managed to put it up for a shot, just rattled out.
Abney over to Stegall. Stegall driving, open lane, is fouled by Morgan Smith, or excuse me, Ashley Dunston.
Yeah, it was interesting. She didn't have to foul there. She could have just, she was running out of room. She could have just played some smart defense. Just got a little impatient. Took a swipe at her as she went by.
Stegall hits our first free throw attempt of the day. And Demaya Foster getting some encouragement from Coach Van Atta as she comes out after piling some bench points. And that one goes off the back iron. Everyone running for the ball. Ashley Tyus comes up with it. Morgan Smith over to Tyus. Dunston. Albright. Christian fighting for position. Gives it to her. Driving. And they're going to give her the walk. So turnover. Stegall. Brownlee over to Abney, has hit 2 threes today so far, misses that one. Rebound and a foul. Tasia Finley will go to the line.
And again, Tuskegee rushing the shot on their possessions. So far hasn't worked for them. Montevallo, although they have a 15-point lead, we mentioned the inconsistency between quarters, so they have to keep playing at this same momentum. Coach trying to rotate players. We mentioned fatigue could play a part in this high-press defense.
Finley hits that free throw. And hits the second. 36-23, just under 3 minutes in the second quarter. Albright to Morgan Smith, to Dunston, back to Smith, who will fire. And off the back iron, no one there to rebound.
Yeah, that wasn't the greatest three, and she had options as well.
Brownlee will kick. And that one just inside the three-point line is missed, but Abney comes up with the rebound and gets it taken away. Tyus. Tyus at the top of the key. Finds Albright. Tyus will shoot this one. But Christian gets the rebound and the points. 38-23, 15-point lead for the Falcons.
And that's Rayvon Christian's game work to perfection. She'll be doing a lot of that if the Falcons are to have a successful season.
She gets rewarded for fighting for position there on the glass. And great double-team defense there, just forcing a mistake from Brownlee, but Dunston's going to be called with her third personal foul. Surprised we haven't seen Perez come back in after quickly picking up 2, but being up 15 with only 1:45 to go in the first half, you don't want to risk another foul.
Yeah, we mentioned fatigue playing a problem. You don't want foul trouble to keep players out, because right now Alba Perez and Ashley Dunston, huge focal points of this starting lineup, getting into a little bit of foul trouble.
And speaking of fouls, Ashley Tyus is going to pick up a foul.
Ashley Tyus was guilty of some freshman mistakes in the exhibition against Carver, however, already playing a lot better. Sometimes you have to have a fast pace of the game to bring the best out of you, and that seems to be the case.
And Tyus hits one, or Abney hits one but misses one. Here's Wood. Over to Tyus. Albright to Smith, back to Wood, who's driving and gets blocked by Jade Wilson. 3-on-1. It's taken away by Wood, but thrown back to Tuskegee. And Tasia Finley, what a rebound there, working inside 3 Falcons and gets the points, 38-26.
Yeah, very frustrating for Coach Van Atta there. The play of Brittany Wood made a fantastic pass, then turned the ball over trying to shoot. And then on defense made a fantastic save and then turned it back over and allowed them to get the quick points.
So Montevallo built that huge lead, but we're still seeing some issues that need to be worked out, especially turning the ball over.
Yeah, too many errors so far. Going forward, the Falcons are trying to force some things. Sometimes they're over. Coach Van Atta is making them pass the ball a lot. Sometimes I feel like they're overpassing it, though. They're second-guessing themselves. They need to just, shoot when they need to and work space, but tire down this Tuskegee team when you need to move the ball. But when the open shot's there for Morgan Smith or Ashley Dunstan, you have to hit it.
And to me, the weak point of this Tuskegee team is if you attack them inside and, maybe looking for some plays to Christian down low and even putting Morgan Smith or Ashley Dunstan on the block.
Yeah, that play to Rayvon Christian seems to be working so well. We'll see if they highlight that at the half and continue to go to that.
Tyus over to Morgan Smith. She shoots it in and out, but Brittany Wood gets the offensive rebound. Finds Albright. Tyus inside to Christian. Throws it over the head of Wood.
Why are we stuck on one side of the floor?
38-26. Montevallo still leading. 40 seconds remaining in the first half.
Montevallo will take a double-digit lead, it seems, into halftime, something they're not used to. It certainly changed the team talk because this first half, maybe not performance-wise, Coach Van Atta will be pleased with the scoreline at least.
Abney shoots a 3 there, but does not go anywhere. And then quickly in transition is Tyus, but she'll pick up a foul.
Personal foul number 1, Ashley Tyus. That's the second personal foul for the game.
So 2 fouls for Tyus today.
Yeah,
and that'll send Brownlee to the line.
Yeah. Don't want to substitute picking up 2 fouls in the first half, especially with the time running down like that. Coach just saying, be patient. Don't be lazy.
Right. Just have to be aware of the clock.
Coming in for the Falcons, number 5, Demila Foster.
Foster will check back in for the last 13 seconds of this half.
Yeah, speaking of being aware, she's been the most aware player, made fantastic steals, and then was very nifty under the basket.
And Brownlee goes 1-1 from the line. Smith pushing. 5 seconds on the clock. Albright will fire a 3, in and out. And the beyond half-court shot from Abney is not there. So Montevallo will go into the half with the 11-point lead, 38-27. What has Montevallo done well here in this first half?
Well, they've passed a lot better, at least in the second quarter. They have improved their three-point shooting. So Morgan Smith and Haven Albright knocked down some shots once they got warmed up. Just the pace. These players playing with a lot more heart. They're playing their coach's first game. He has a new system. They're buying into it. Tuskegee could have punished Montevallo, though, with all the early turnovers. They're just not shooting good. You wouldn't imagine they would shoot as poorly as this in the second half. So you have to make some wise decisions. Trying to force some passes or trying to keep a ball in bounds and just giving it to your opponent. You can't be doing stuff like that. We also mentioned players in foul trouble.
Right, and the biggest thing is not getting relaxed with this lead. So Montevallo will go into half 38-27, and we'll be back in just under 15 minutes with the first half. For Whitehall, I'm Alex Tejada. Stay with us.
How did we become painted with just one brush? Time's forever moving forward. We can't rush. Now tell me why somebody even want to choose a college. I know you don't want to leave with just book knowledge. We don't sell an institution but an attitude. Other schools don't understand. They on a different latitude. You don't want to get caught up in that sea of sameness when we perfectly unique. Yeah, we looking blameless. So get up out your seats, get louder, louder. We chose Montevallo and we couldn't be prouder.
This is the College of Fine Arts.
We get it. You're busy.
That's why here at Falcon Weekly, we want to focus on the stories you need to know.
Once a week, tune in online or on the go for the news that impacts your life and matters to you.
Falcon Weekly is your one-stop shop for information.
And stay in touch with us 24/7 on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
We get it. You're busy.
That's why Falcon Weekly focuses on the news you need to know.
So tune in for the stories that impact your life and matter to you.
And make Falcon Weekly your source for news on the go.
And be sure to connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
How did we become painted with just one brush? Time's forever moving forward. We can't rush. Now tell me why somebody even want to choose a college. I know you don't want to leave with just book knowledge. We don't sell an institution but an attitude. Other schools don't understand. They on a different latitude. You don't want to get caught up in that sea of sameness when we perfectly unique. Yeah, we looking blameless. So get up out your seats, get louder, louder. We chose Montevallo and we couldn't be prouder.
This is the College of Fine Arts.
We get it. You're busy.
That's why here at Falcon Weekly, we want to focus on the stories you need to know.
Once a week, tune in online or on the go for the news that impacts your life and matters to you.
Falcon Weekly is your one-stop shop for information.
And stay in touch with us 24/7 on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
We get it. You're busy.
That's why Falcon Weekly focuses on the news you need to know.
So tune in for the stories that impact your life and matter to you.
And make Falcon Weekly your source for news on the go.
And be sure to connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly.
Find your news here.
How did we become painted with just one brush? Time's forever moving forward. We can't rush. Now tell me why somebody even want to choose a college. I know you don't want to leave with just book knowledge. We don't sell an institution but an attitude. Other schools don't understand. They on a different latitude. You don't want to get caught up in that sea of sameness when we perfectly unique. Yeah, we looking blameless. So get up out your seats. Get louder, louder. We chose Montevallo and we couldn't be prouder.
This is the College of Fine Arts.
Online or on the go for the news that impacts your life and matters to you.
Falcon Weekly is your one-stop shop for information.
And stay in touch with us 24/7 on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
We get it. You're busy.
That's why Falcon Weekly focuses on the news you need to know.
So tune in for the stories that impact your life and matter to you.
And make Falcon Weekly your source for news on the go.
And be sure to connect with us on Facebook.
What do you think is the main thing that Coach Van Natta focused on during halftime?
Well, the passing and keeping the pace high. Moved the ball and pressured Tuskegee into mistakes early on, and that continued, at least forced them into bad shots. Also the passing. Montevallo's passing game pretty much dictated when they did well and when they didn't. Forcing passes, overpassing, pretty much led to their downfall, put Tuskegee back in the game. Montevallo moved the ball well. It spread them out and had them chasing shadows. When you bring in players such as Demaya Foster and Haven Albright, they up the pace of the game and let these moves happen at a higher pace, and it'll free up shots for Ashley Dunstan and Morgan Smith, which if they can knock down some threes, this could be over real fast.
Right, and last year that was the case for them. Ashley Dunstan and Morgan Smith, both very high three-point shooters. Coming into today, they only made 2 threes in that Carver game, and Morgan Smith made one. Haven Albright made one. Ashley Dunstan did not get one to fall for her there, but still has not had one to fall today, I believe, but hasn't really played that many minutes, has 3 personal fouls, which is not what you want from one of your main players. But looking at the stat sheet from the first half, these teams sort of similar in some categories. Turnovers, both even at 13. I mean, all these guards, Haven Albright, Jalen Estrada for Tuskegee, have been very active on the ball, and then have been clogging the lane as well, forcing turnovers. Montevallo 9 assists, however, to 4 assists for Tuskegee. Why is that number so low for them?
Well, right now, so far, they're not sharing the ball. They're not using all their shot clock. They're taking quick shots. It took them so long to get Brownlee into the game, and she's still not at double digits, nor any other Tuskegee players. And Brownlee looked the only player deadly from anywhere on the floor, just not moving the ball well. Montevallo's doing well by getting hands in their face, putting them under pressure. But Tuskegee sometimes is their own worst enemy, forcing shots and making it a little too obvious because Brownlee and Miller have been the go-to points people.
The biggest thing, though, Alex, when I look at this stat sheet, I know you see it too, is 20% from the field for Tuskegee today. You will not win a basketball game at this level shooting 20%.
And certainly not if you're taking 35 shots.
I mean, that is just – you got to think that Coach Barnes-Timmons is – that is all she was talking about at halftime was make the shots. And you talked about the assist thing, not sharing the ball. I mean, Rachel Brownlee has shot the ball 9 times, the most out of anyone on this Tigers roster. Jamisa Abney has done the same, and all of them have been from 3. I mean, we saw her throw one that didn't even get to where the free throw line was.
Yeah, crazy shots going off. Not too much of getting the ball to Taylor Miller. I wonder if this team has a plan B, because in the first 2 games of this season it's been feed the ball to Miller and Brownlee, and that doesn't seem to have been working because they seem to be taking quick shots, not using all the shot clock, trying to break in a hurry. It hasn't worked yet. They have to come up with a different plan, a different idea to break down this Montevallo team and see how strong they really are in the backcourt.
And another thing looking at this stat sheet for the Golden Tigers is Cheyenne Williams. The only way she appears on the stat sheet is 2 personal fouls. She's been averaging 6 rebounds and 5 points coming into this game. Haven't seen any of that for her. And you know, we talked about pregame that, you know, she would probably be a challenge for Montevallo inside, knowing that they didn't have Courtney McKenzie or Katie Colson like they had last year that could really play down low other than Rayvon Christian. But Cheyenne Williams hasn't done nothing, and that's been in part to the solo play that Tuskegee has gone to.
Well, either team could be in foul trouble late on. We've seen too many fouls from either side. Lazy defense, and when you have quick breaks, players try to make a heroic play instead of get back on defense and be a little patient sometimes. We need to see more of that as more players get into foul trouble. Falcons have some players that came off the bench, such as Ashley Tyus, and picked up 2 quick fouls. So that's certainly something to watch out for.
And you got to imagine that Ashley Dunstan will probably sit to start this second half, being that she has 3 fouls. We're taking her out. Who would you look to step up there in place of her?
You could possibly move Alba Perez. You got Tori Farr as well off the bench.
Well,
I mean, there's several options.
Alba Perez, I mean, I guess will probably start this second half. She did sit majority of the first half because she picked up the 2 early fouls in the first quarter. But Demaya Foster has had a game. I mean, Brittany Wood has done a lot that really hasn't shown up in the stat sheet. Only one turnover for her is the only negative thing you can really talk about. If she was active on the offensive glass. And to start the game, it will be Rayvon Christian, Jasmine Stubblefield, Haven Albright, Morgan Smith, and then Alba Perez. The same, well, almost the same starting lineup, except Rayvon Christian's come in for Ashley Dunstan has picked up the 3 fouls.
And you wouldn't want it to happen, but if you get into foul trouble, players such as Erica Hall and Tori Farr will have to come off the bench. Tori Farr provides that size, and Erica Hall, although being a freshman, got a lot of playing time last game.
Abney pump fakes. Back to Abney. Good pass from Brownlee. Will it fall? Yes, it will. That's Jalen Estrada. So Tuskegee starts on the right foot here in this second half, 38-30, Montevallo leading.
Well, one of the answers is Brownlee, but she can't be the answer every time. But at least she's gotten going, at least from a Tuskegee point of view. They didn't have anything in the first half when Brownlee couldn't hit shots.
And with Cheyenne Williams being back in the game, it really clogs the lane, the driving lane for Haven Albright as she just gets blocked there by Williams.
Interesting matchup there between Alba Perez and Williams. Both players with fouls.
And Williams definitely has a height advantage, but Perez is very aggressive on the glass. And we see why she's been averaging 6 points a game when she gets the layup there to go.
Yeah, that's something Tuskegee hasn't really gone to so far this game, getting Cheyenne Williams the ball down low.
Great pass from Perez and a good drive from Smith, but unable to make it fall.
Have to get back on defense here.
Great D from Stubblefield. Very fast pace as this game still. Albright for three. In and out.
She can't force those shots. We saw too many of those in the exhibition.
You got to think about using the pump fake and drive there in those situations, perhaps. Abney avoids the trap. And she will think about firing for three. And she will actually shoot it here now. Missing that one, Perez just lets it go out of bounds.
And a slightly tentative start so far from the Falcons. Haven't seen them moving with the same urgency in the first half, and perhaps that's because they have a lead. Coach Van Atta has to remind them to forget about that.
Right.
Because Tuskegee's playing like they should have from the off.
You got to be careful not to get relaxed. We've seen Montevallo do that in the past. Get up early in games and then fall behind. Did that against Carver. Stubblefield pulls up. Off the rim, Williams gets the rebound.
It's good motion, but you would expect that shot to fall from a senior.
Abney pulls out. Estrada off the rim. Stubblefield on the rebound, and they're pushing quickly in transition. Layup is good for Stubblefield. Estrada had the good defense, but Stubblefield made the move to get around her.
There was more of that impatience. Estrada forced a shot, got her out of position, and in turn that messes up the rest of your team. A very influential player such as Estrada getting out of position, and the quick break was on for the Falcons.
Abney hits that three. The only thing she has shot today.
Yeah, Abney is your three-point threat, and she has to pick up the points when Brownlee isn't getting them.
Alba Perez, nice move inside. And Coach Van Atta is going to take a timeout, 30-second timeout, with his team up 7. And Alba Perez shows why she was highly recruited to come here from her junior college with that nice move inside.
Alba Perez may not have played at this level before, but she has the experience, and with that comes a lot of basketball knowledge. She seems to know where she is on the court at all points and times, knows when to foul, when to defend, and when to move forward, and just is always in the right place at the right time, and that's not luck. That's a lot of that has to do with, reading the game and being a smart player, having experience. Players such as Jasmine Stubblefield also bring important experience. The Falcons have to use that to their advantage to kind of lead along some of the younger players, tell them not to force passes, maybe pump fake and drive instead of forcing a shot, as we saw Haven Albright do in the past. Just going to have to get that confidence to run at defenders. We haven't seen any of that so far. Feeding the ball into Rayvon Christian has been the closest thing to that, which we need to see more of in this half.
Right, and Montevallo went into halftime with the big lead and has let Tuskegee sort of come back here, and they've been hitting their shots more than they were in the first half, and like you mentioned, you're not going to shoot 20% the whole game.
Yeah. Well, that was bound to happen, one, and I'm sure Coach Barnes-Timmons got into her side, just told them that they were looking very one-dimensional. They have to come up with better ideas in this half, so I'm sure she talked about different offensive plans. Stopping Montevallo on defense is anybody's guess, because this is a very different team from one that they're used to playing, but they can control their offensive pace, and so far this second half has looked a lot better than the first.
And Jamisa Abney is the leading scorer. She fires for three there for Tuskegee so far today with 10 points, has hit 3 3-pointers and made a free throw as well.
And of course, credit to the Falcons. They came into this game knowing that the threats were Brownlee, so they've been all over her. Players such as Abney has gotten open and been able to hit the shots.
Stubblefield loses the ball but picks it back up and finds Albright. Smith goes to Alba Perez, finds Christian at the free throw line, and it goes in. Great ball movement there from Montevallo. We talked about them making one too many passes. Christian gets the open look and takes it. Off the rim, Perez fighting for position, gets the rebound, and she shows why she has been such a good rebounder in her career.
And Albright frustrated with herself by taking the quick shot. She has to pass that up to teammates. That's a skill she will continue to develop because we've seen her try some risky passes, but she puts fantastic touch on the ball, passes it where her teammates are kind of already in space instead of having to, leap out and catch it and then make a play. She puts it right into the hands and allows them to move forward.
And Morgan Smith gets called with an offensive foul. And Stubblefield in the face of Wilson. Montevallo in transition. It's Morgan Smith with a nice move over Abney. 46-35. Montevallo back up 11.
And players like Abney and Alba Perez add a bit of pace to this Montevallo team that was very static at times, very pedestrian.
And Taylor Miller misses a three. She's been averaging 15 points a game. Only 3 points so far today for Miller. Jade Wilson over to Miller. Thought about it, but will set back up and then drive right. Foul by Rayvon Christian.
Didn't see too many points from Taylor Miller in the first half, and being a freshman, I think Coach noticed the frustration that started to settle into her game. We saw her launch a bunch of shots way off the mark.
Miller hits that free throw. 10-point deficit for the Golden Tigers. And the second one is good as well, so they cut to single digits just over 5 minutes here in the third quarter.
Great strength there by Stubblefield's
able to draw the foul from Abney. Man, that is Abney's first personal foul on the day. Alba Perez will inbound. Morgan Smith will quick fire the three, in and out.
And if the threes aren't working, you have to think of something else. Maybe the play to Rayvon Christian down low,
which we saw work a couple minutes ago. Maybe feed Alba Perez as well.
Yeah, can't get stuck in your ways trying the same thing. If it doesn't work, move on.
Miller hits the three over Perez. 6-point game. Stubblefield over to Perez, wide open layup. Gets it to go. We see Montevallo starting to get a little bit sloppy once again. Needs to be careful not to turn the ball over here. Still holding on to the 8-point lead. Miller, that one bounces out the rim twice, but Brownlee gets the rebound. And Brownlee will shoot for three. It goes straight in there, so 48-43. Tuskegee continuing to cut into this Falcons lead. Not shooting nearly as poorly as they did in the first half.
No, and the confidence is certainly contagious from Brownlee and Miller. The rest of the team has picked it up. They're passing the ball better. They're moving it out to the main players that can shoot, trying to get it to the hot hand. And Miller missed that shot, but they gave it off to Brownlee, and she sunk it.
And Rayvon Christian gets the rebound and fights for position and draws the foul. Christian has done an excellent job on the glass today. 11 total rebounds for her, 6 points. And she'll go to the free throw line for the first time when we come back from this timeout. What does Montevallo need to do to stop Tuskegee from cutting into this lead that they built?
Well, they're going to have to try the traps that they were in the first half. Sometimes you might want to hedge a player, act like you're going after him, and you have to do that to players like Brownlee and Miller. Force them into a bad decision, make them take a low percentage shot, feel like they're more covered than they are. They just need to get in the face of players, maybe make a few changes, get taller players in. You might want to bring in Ashley Dunstan in a minute.
Maybe go back to the 4 forward, 1 guard that we saw in the
Seems
first.
to be disrupting their attacking movement a lot more. Right now they're shooting at will, and if they can get them to sink, as we see this lead has evaporated really fast.
Really the one thing that I've seen is Tuskegee really isn't playing any differently with their ball movement. They just are hitting shots now. Taylor Miller has taken a couple more shots here in the beginning of the second half, but she has hit her shots as well. Same thing with Abney, who hit one earlier, and then Brownlee as well. So the shots are just falling. I mean, there's really no way to defend that, but going back to the taller players, maybe something Montevallo would look at.
Yeah, you have to certainly get in their face because, as we mentioned, you can't rely this half on Tuskegee shooting as poorly as they were, and they aren't. If anything, they're shooting a lot better than average.
14 points for Haven Albright, 10 for Morgan Smith, and then 11 for Rachel Brownlee and 10 for Jamise Abney.
It didn't take long for them to get warmed up. And Taylor Miller is already at 8, so scores starting to have an impact.
Christian hits one free throw, 49-43. Miller handling the point. Over to Finley. Hines Williams, but cannot come up with it. Morgan Smith quickly the other way. And they're not going to call the foul, but they are going to give Montevallo the ball.
And that was a good call. It was clean contact.
Right.
Morgan Smith was looking for help alongside her, kind of delayed a bit, allowed them to recover.
And Morgan Smith misses the jump shot. And Rachel Brownlee hits her bread and butter shot there at the elbow. 49-45, 4-point lead for the Falcons. Pick and roll. Morgan Smith misses the shot. Christian with the rebound and driving hard. Will not fall, but what an aggressive play from Rayvon Christian. And Christian grabs another board, 13 on the day for her. Morgan Smith fouled hard by Rachel Brownlee.
Yeah, Rachel Brownlee was just beat for size there, but Rachel Brownlee on the offensive side, we mentioned in the first half, she was always in the right position, just couldn't make the shots. Right now, she's using her agility to get into space and hit the shots. Rayvon Christian's getting a little tired from getting all the rebounds on the offensive and defensive side of the court. She can't continue to be that player.
And Albert Perez is a fantastic rebounder as well, so you imagine they'll split the load there. And it was very close there. I'm not sure if we have a replay, but may have gone off Tasia Finley. But they're going to give Tuskegee the ball. 2:30 left in this third quarter. Montevallo clinging to a 5-point lead over the Golden Tigers. Cross-court pass. Brownlee will shoot. Finley tried to come down with the rebound. Goes out of bounds, but they're going to give Tuskegee the ball. Taylor Miller, jumper at the elbow. Perez the rebound. But a foul. On her. I believe they called her with the over the back. That will be her third personal foul.
And it was a close call, but Tasia Finley was in good position.
Finley misses that layup, and Montevallo the rebound. Morgan Smith sets up the offense with Jasmine Stubblefield. Smith driving. Kick to Albright. In the corner. Alba Perez drives baseline. Tries the reverse layup, but Rayvon Christian with the rebound. Can't get the follow. And Alba Perez active on the glass. Draws the jump ball. What an aggressive play from Alba Perez.
Yeah, both of those plays just looked like her eyes lit up when she saw the loose ball.
Montevallo will retain possession. Rayvon Christian doing work on Cheyenne Williams, but passes it back out. Morgan Smith misses the three, but a foul on Stubblefield, and she looks May have hit her head there. Never want to see a player go down like that.
Yes.
I only hope that Stubblefield's okay. Looked as she may have hit her head there.
Yeah, when the first thing that hits the ground is your head, it allows for some awkward contact.
And Coach Venata upset with the loose ball foul called against Stubblefield there, as several players were fighting for the loose ball. And she walks off on her own power, probably due to concussion protocol, probably will not see her come back in this game. She's going to be taken to the locker room.
Hopefully she just had the wind knocked out of her. Hopefully nothing in the realm of concussion. She does look a bit shaken up at the moment. Falcons will have to, adjust for this loss. Ashley Dunstan in right now.
And what's troubling is that they would have to adjust to the loss of Stubblefield, but it's hard to go tall when you have Dunstan and Perez, who are both sitting there with 3 fouls. Demaya Foster will probably see some extended minutes due to Stubblefield being out. Miller handling the ball for the Golden Tigers. 50-45, the lead for Montevallo. Drive and the kick to Abney. Off the rim. Gets her own rebound. Perez gets the loose ball. Great job for her fighting for position. Montevallo quickly the other way. Rayvon Christian. And the foul. What a play by Montevallo, and Rayvon Christian's able to run the floor, get 2 points, and go to the line for the old-fashioned three-pointer.
You heard Coach get on to Haven for the defensive play, but she made a fantastic cross-court pass that got that move going. Haven't seen her been as influential as she was in the first half in this third quarter. No pass as big as that one, at least so far today.
And Rayvon Christian has a double-double today. 13 rebounds and 11 points. Ashley Jackson. Taylor Miller. Defended hard by Morgan Smith. And great defense from the Falcons, not allowing anything to be open.
Yep, that's that patient, in-your-face defending work to perfection. That will keep the Golden Tigers off the score sheet.
Right, and that's the philosophy of Coach Venata defensively, to force them to think they're higher on the shot clock than they actually are, and to stow up a pass or a shot, as we saw Taylor Miller do that there. So a turnover off a travel called on Ashley Dunstan.
We saw too many of those in the first half. Falcons done well in the third quarter to cut down on that, but the traveling turnover rearing its ugly head yet again.
And Stubblefield seems to be okay. May have just knocked the wind out of her and not hit her head, like you said. Miller over to Brownlee. Abney driving left side. Kick out. Shot from Brownlee off the rim. Alba Perez gets the rebound. And Montevallo will slow it down with 10 seconds, up 8. Morgan Smith loses the ball.
They may have taken too long to go here.
But they're going to give Montevallo the ball.
Yeah, it didn't take off till about 7 seconds. Should have ran that play at 10 instead of making the extra back pass to Stubblefield.
Morgan Smith inbounds. Stubblefield back to Smith for 3. Gets it to go. Morgan Smith. Buzzer beater at the end of the third quarter. 56-45, and Montevallo will head into the fourth quarter up 11. Same point differential going into halftime.
This is a good resurgence there in the later stages of the third quarter. Tuskegee came out and just knew that they had the game to chase, cut that deficit down as low as 5, forcing Montevallo into some silly fouls. We're beating them underneath the basket. Then Rayvon Christian started taking over on the defensive rebounds. Haven Albright got more of the ball, moved it around, but that was fantastic awareness by Jasmine Stubblefield. Could have forced a shot, saw that there was time, and Morgan Smith did well to get it off just in time, but there was no question. She definitely had a second.
And great job by Morgan Smith to be assertive offensively. She missed several shots throughout that third quarter, but continually took the shots, didn't get down on herself, and then hits that one toward the end. Great pass there from Stubblefield, knowing she had time on the clock for Smith to throw that one up. And if you're Coach Fanato, you have to be pleased. I mean, some things have been iffy for the Falcons, but overall, up 11.
Yeah, overall decent play. Again, cut down on the turnovers pretty well. But you also don't want your team to get complacent. So far, you've played a pretty good game, but you still have room to improve. You can't rest on your laurels because we've seen Tuskegee cut that lead down really fast, and Brownlee and Miller are very streaky shooters. Brownlee started the third quarter shooting lights out, and then it kind of faded away. If she can get back to that, take advantage of some slack defending, could get the Golden Tigers back in the game. Montevallo need to play at the same intensity level as they have throughout 3 quarters, something that proved to be difficult for them last season.
And some big point totals, 14 and 14 for Albright and Smith, and then 12 for Rayvon Christian.
And Miller just got into double digits right there, so 3 Golden Tigers now.
And Albright had the backdoor cut, calling for the ball. And a jump ball. It's going to go to Tuskegee. Or actually, Montevallo will retain it.
Again, that hustle down low from Alva Perez.
Smith, the quick shot. She was fouled, but not called.
That was one of the more obvious foul calls I've seen this season.
And a quick layup in transition from Tasia Finley. 56-49, so much like we saw in the beginning of the third quarter, Tuskegee gets on the scoring column very quickly. Stubblefield, the scoop and score.
Yeah, good response there. Don't want to harp on referee calls, but that was massive. Missed 2 points here, and then they went down on the other side of the court in the confusion and got it. But Jasmine Stubblefield made sure no run for the Golden Tigers can be started to start this fourth quarter.
Miller, open jumper off the rim. Rayvon Christian, 16 rebounds. Albright trying to draw the foul. No call.
And she just didn't look as composed and assured as she normally does when they're attacking offensively.
Jalen Estrada goes left side, scoops it up, it hits the backboard. Albright, 2-on-1. And that one gets blocked. And a foul called on Rayvon Christian. That's her second personal foul of the day. So Jade Wilson will reappear in this game for the Golden Tigers and give Jackson a break.
Haven't seen very much from Jackson. She's been 1 of 5 so far.
Brownlee driving left side, gets the layup to go.
And they've cut it to 7, and while it remains single digits, you like your chances.
Albright, top of the key to Stubblefield, over to Morgan Smith, who will fire, gets it to go. 10-point lead for the Falcons, and 61-51 the score that they beat Carver with. But 7:36 to go in this game. Miller over to Brownlee. Great defense by Christian, not allowing her any room on the baseline.
Yeah, and that was fantastic play from Christian. Fair and in the right position.
Stubblefield draws the foul, nearly gets the and one.
was the person that got number 10, Rachel Brownlee. That's her second person.
Stubblefield just provides a spark for the Falcons that is pretty much just inherent to her play. You saw when she went out, they just lost a little bit of that intensity.
So Rachel Brownlee picks up her second foul of the day. And Cheyenne Williams will come back into the game and match up against Rayvon Christian. Stubblefield missed that first free throw.
Yeah, that's right, Adam. Nothing feels better than having your own money.
Hits the second one. 3 points today for Stubblefield, 4 assists to go along with it.
And the very resilient Falcons team so far, stretching the lead back out every time that Tuskegee make a dent in it.
And very smart play there from Morgan Smith. Knocks the ball away, but is smart enough to know not to go after it and cause a foul, as it was going to go back to the Golden Tigers. And a three-pointer from Estrada. 62-54. And a timeout called from Coach Van Atta is with this team up 8.
I think Coach Baines-Timmons thought somebody dribbled.
Yeah, she was thinking that Jasmine Stubblefield did that as she was kind of sloppy inside with her ball handling. And you know Coach Van Atta is desperately trying to hold on to this lead here and open up the season with a win. Be huge for this Montevallo team, huge for their confidence going forth and getting behind their new coach.
Yeah, it would be massive because you have a difficult game on Saturday against West Florida, who come into Trustmark Arena. You want to get off on a fantastic start, especially at home in your home crowd, grow some confidence, and it's no better way than in a coach's debut to pick up a W.
Tuskegee starting to hit some more shots, as we talked about in the beginning of the second half, which was totally different from what they were doing here in the first half. And
they've had to mix it up with shooters. We saw that three-point come from Jalen Estrada, who hasn't been that accurate so far today. Got it to fall because they're realizing that the points aren't all going to come from the same source. Although Rachel Brownlee has done well today, she can't carry the team on her back, and they have it to 8. And as poorly as Tuskegee's played for large portions of this game, you would count yourself very lucky.
The only thing with that is that Tuskegee has just not been able to capitalize on the mistakes that Montevallo has made, but other teams in the Peach Belt Conference that they will play this season will be able to do that.
Well, on a better day, shooting-wise for Tuskegee, they would be in the lead right now.
I mean, you don't shoot 26% for the game every time you play. Morgan Smith picked up that quick layup on the baseline. 10-point ball game.
Right there, Mo. That's good. That's good. Help, Elba.
And a missed shot there again. And Perez can't come up with the rebound.
It was a great effort, but her back heel was on the end line.
And Tuskegee is still very much in this game. I mean, only down 10 and has shot 26%, like I said. So, like you mentioned, you got to think it'd be a different story if they were shooting a lot better. We'll see if they can cut into this deficit as Taylor Miller will go to the free throw line.
And if you're Coach Baines-Timmons, you're telling your side, so far we haven't played our best basketball and we're on the road. You have nothing to lose. Go out and give it your all in the last 6 minutes. It's a 10-point deficit. Smaller deficits have been halved in less time.
And this is the first free throw. So Dunstan will come back into the game and give Christian a break. And that one is off the back iron, but Jade Wilson with the rebound misses the follow, and Alba hauls that one in, and she has 10 rebounds for the day now. Stubblefield setting up the offense. Albright over to Dunstan. Back to Albright, looking inside. Stubblefield for three. And Tuskegee comes down with the rebound. It's Taylor Miller. Abney for three. Off the left side. 64-54. Montevallo still holding on to a double-digit lead. 5:33 left in this ball game.
And it's odd because Tuskegee have played 2 season games before today. Montevallo, this is their first game of the regular season, and Tuskegee looks to be the team that's playing rusty.
And Tuskegee played against UAB, a Division I school, and scored 67 against them. Stubblefield gets a quick 2 points in the lane as Montevallo's up 12.
A lot has had to do, too, with them not having as many opportunities for second chance points because of the presence of Alba Perez and Rayvon Christian down low.
Abney inside to Cheyenne Williams. Been quiet today, but gets the M1, and I believe they're going to call Ashley Dunstan, and that will be number 4 on her. So Ashley Dunstan, after picking up her 4th, will have to take a break. And Christian comes back in the game. Cheyenne Williams' 4 points on the day now is extremely quiet in that first half. It's kind of waking up here in the second. Misses that free throw. Here's Albright. Christian at the top of the key, misses that one. Her first miss from there today. Brownlee pops up an awkward shot. The rebound goes to Albright. Christian driving, misses that one, but gets her own rebound. Just took it away from Cheyenne Williams. What a play.
Wow, that was good eye-hand coordination because she literally just snatched it out of her hands as clean as you can.
But it goes off of her out of bounds, and Tuskegee will take the ball up the floor.
It's been some decent quick passing from Montevallo in the last couple minutes, but ball not touching the ground. But haven't seen Haven Albright dictating it or Jasmine Stubblefield like they did in the first half.
Here's Miller, finds Abney again, who will shoot another 3. Misses that one. Alba Perez gets the rebound, but tries to force a pass down the court. But Abney will knock it out of bounds, so Montevallo will get it back.
And perhaps the downfall of Tuskegee today has been their insistence upon shooting the 3 when they aren't falling. Saw Brownlee in the first half, and then we're seeing the second half Miller and Abney forcing some shots.
And we see teams who are consistently good at 3 have a bad day, and you don't want to stop shooting, I mean, because you know what you can be, because Morgan Smith kind of went into that earlier, but if it's not falling for you, it's not falling for you.
And Alba Perez picking yet another foul up.
They're going to give that to Rayvon Christian.
Yeah, and Rayvon Christian's just as confused, looking at her coach saying it was not me. They gave it to Rayvon Christian, but it was a foul on Alba Perez.
Right, the referee called Christian. PA announcer announced Perez. Who was the foul on? So they're going to discuss who the foul is on. Either way, it's not positive. Either it's 4 for Alba or 3 for Rayvon. That would give Perez 4. But Montevallo up 10 here. Needs both of these players, with Dunstan sitting on the bench with 4. One of the front court players along with these 2. And they're going to stick with the call that was on Rayvon Christian.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Coach Fanatta. That foul was either on 12 or 23, but not 33. Rayvon was the farthest player from the ball.
So they're going to call Jade Wilson with the foul for Tuskegee. Montevallo up 10.
Coach just asking his team to refocus, and something like that, you can get distracted easily.
Right, you don't want to focus on one bad call. You want to keep going. So 4 team fouls for the Falcons and 4 for Tuskegee. As the referees try and figure that out. Inbound to Stubblefield. Christian at the top of the key, driving, gets it taken away by Brownlee. And a late whistle on Morgan Smith. So 4 fouls for Morgan Smith as well.
You have to refocus here because either free throw being made cuts this to a 3-possession game. We mentioned last game the Falcons' free throw shooting has certainly improved because at this point Tuskegee fouling Montevallo would be something to worry about.
Yeah, and you've got to think now every offensive chance Montevallo gets, they have to capitalize. As Abney misses the follow.
Yeah, and speaking of capitalizing, that was one of the biggest chances Abney's going to have today.
Right. But as I was saying, Montevallo's got to capitalize offensively because defensively they're in major foul trouble. I mean, 4 on Morgan Smith, 4 on Ashley Dunston, 3 on Perez, 3 on Rayvon Christian.
Yeah, major foul trouble, and the fact that opens up their chances of taking the 3. And if you don't get hands in the face at the expense of maybe not committing a foul, they can sink threes from afar. They have 3 players that can do so, as it proved Abney, Miller, and Brownlee.
So Montevallo in the bonus will send Abba Perez to the line. First appearance at the line today. Knocks down the first one.
Just looks a very assured player. Just comes in with a confidence that we haven't seen.
Montevallo shooting 61% from the charity stripe today. And Alba shoots 100% there.
Let's go.
An 11-point lead, and coach acting like it's a 1-point lead. Love to see that.
Great energy from the bench. Cheyenne Williams turning around, cannot get it to fall.
That summed up their day so far. Right position, right place, wrong execution.
Stubblefield being guarded by Abney. Morgan Smith driving right side. And they're going to give her the they're going to call an offensive foul. And that will be her 4th. Okay, so she had 3 before then. That'll be her 4th now. Montevallo needs to hold on to this lead, and that's the way to do it there. A steal inside by Stubblefield as she tries to draw the foul from Abney at midcourt. Perez driving right side. Off the rim. Christian grabs the rebound. What hands she has, and gets fouled.
Wow.
Christian is very patient when she rebounds. Just sticks her arms up and lets the ball fall to her.
What a shift from Rayvon Christian, and again proving herself yet again. Just fantastic and vision. Just waiting, just looking in the right place, and grabbed it.
I don't have an updated stat sheet, but she's very close to having 20 rebounds on the day. Misses that free throw.
Jasmine Stubblefield's impressed me, showing a lot more experience this year, whereas she would have made a bad pass, slowed up play.
Right, she's really becoming the floor general of this team and working alongside Albright very well in the backcourt.
Yeah, that's a fantastic duo, and if they could have a chemistry, a partnership that could benefit this team for the rest of the season could be formed.
Finley working against Christian. Gets her own rebound and the follow, and that's going to be the 4th on Alba Perez. So So 3 players with 4. And it's going to be hard to take out Perez here because Dunston has 4 as well. Macy Torrey Parr come in here late in this game just because of the foul, but
provide some size as
right.
well.
Under 2 minutes. Montevallo up 9. Morgan Smith almost gets a layup. Tuskegee in transition quickly as Taylor Miller against Stubblefield, missing the layup. Albright gets fouled hard. And she will shoot a 1-and-1.
Of course, it's always early in basketball to tell, but I like the odds for the Falcons taking this one home today just because Tuskegee had one of the best opportunities. Falcons should have made a point. Somehow it didn't go in from Morgan Smith.
Right.
A break point, should have hit a 3. Instead of lining up for a 3, when it's 9 points and you have less than 2 minutes, you have to take a 3-point shot. Instead, tried to drive it and put up a bad shot and allowed Montevallo to get it back and committed a foul. So 3 errors there.
And that's the thing for the Falcons, or for the Tuskegee. They're not capitalizing on the mistakes that Falcons made on the offensive end of the floor.
No, and when you're still playing the same sloppy style that you did in the first quarter, in the fourth quarter, the chances of a heroic comeback are slim to none.
Even with the foul trouble that Montevallo's been in. So Alba Perez will come out, and another player with 4 fouls, Ashley Dunston, will come in.
90 seconds away from Coach Van Atta's first victory.
Dunston fighting for the rebound, can't come up with it. And we will have another jump ball. It will stay with Tuskegee. So 1 minute and 20 seconds. Montevallo up 11. Won their exhibition match against Carver by 10. Miller over to Brownlee, who will fire for 3 and gets it to go. And Brownlee lets Montevallo know they're not going to go away quietly.
Yeah, no, she's still here and she's still going to knock down shots no matter what the score is. Montevallo have to stay smart and not throw the ball away here. Use the possession.
18 seconds on the shot clock. 58 on the game clock. Morgan Smith, floater, it goes. 73-63, the score now.
Her points have been spread out enough, so it seems like she's had a quiet day, but she's been massive as far as points.
And Estrada almost throws it away. Miller is able to come up with it. Finley will shoot the 3, and Dunston will haul in the rebound. 35 seconds, 10-point lead for Montevallo. Can they hang on? It's likely.
Yeah, and a coach like Coach Van Atta gives you a lot of confidence that you can hang on to these type of victories. He's yelling at his players at the 11-point lead as if they were down 11.
Dunston over to Albright. 4 on the shot clock, driving, loses it. Tuskegee will push, 9 seconds on the clock. And a foul called against Dunston.
And, of course, it's late in the game, but you never want to let your opponent score when the clock is stopped.
So Dunston will foul out.
It's not something you heard much of last year, but, of course, playing this high-press, aggressive defense, you're bound to pick up a lot of fouls.
And Coach Van Atta will take a timeout with 5.3 on the clock and just talk things over with his team.
Yeah, and this is smart. You're up 10 points. There are only 5 seconds left, but it's about the mentality. It's about getting used to these type of timeouts and pressure situations and figuring out what you need. No room for error here, even though, up 10, probably not going to have a game-changing inbound possession here. It's about getting the fundamentals right. And I like the way Coach Van Atta has started his second tenure here. He's already, got the enthusiasm. He seems to be a constructive criticizer, though. He's given them a lot of criticism, but it seems to be in a positive manner.
And we see a lot of things in this offense from Montevallo this year than we haven't seen in the past couple of years. And Coach Van Atta is very intelligent, has a very high basketball IQ, knows the X's and O's very well, and we're seeing that come out here in this game so far. 5 seconds remaining. We want to remind you after this game, the men are going to play. Montevallo men are 1-0 as well.
They certainly have a revenge mission on today. Tuskegee won a buzzer beater.
And Brownlee will go to the free throw line. Gets it to go.
And you wonder if this game would have turned out very differently if Tuskegee would have just shot better in the first half. So Montevallo be really glad with having the lead, but you know there's still things to work on, and Coach Van Atta well aware of that.
And Brownlee gets her second free throw to go as well. Albright. 2 seconds on the clock, and she gets fouled. I know the old fouling trick that the late Coach Jim Valvano invented, but with 1.7 on the go, it's on the clock to go. It's not likely to work out in your favor, especially down 8.
You can also save time by rolling the ball on the ground, but you got to get it up in the basket at some point. And I don't think 1.7 is enough to erase an 8-point deficit. But like I said, Montevallo had to have their foot on the pedal the whole game, something we haven't seen in the past. So it's impressive that they maintain this level of consistency. Montevallo were a very hot and cold team, especially shooting. We saw some quarters where they would shoot 11%. And
there was spots in the quarter where they did that, but not throughout the whole quarter. And Montevallo will walk away with this win, 75-65, a 10-point advantage. And they start the season 1-0, beating Tuskegee, which is the 7th time these teams have met and the first time since 2006. So a great way for Coach Van Atta to start his second career here at Montevallo after already being the winningest coach in history. Alex, what was the best thing today you saw from Montevallo compared to last year?
The fact that they were resilient. They never got down. First half, we saw excellent performances by Haven Albright, and we can spotlight that. But to me, Morgan Smith's resilience and continuing to shoot the three and continuing to put herself out there looking for open looks. Yes, she had great efforts in the first half, but it just wasn't falling. But you could tell the technique was there. She hit a massive three at the end of the third quarter, and she was not afraid to drive later on as she grew in confidence. She's one of these senior leaders that has to step up. I was impressed by her and Jasmine Stubblefield. With a change of coach, it can disrupt your flow and disrupt team chemistry, especially with new faces. You can be worried about a starting position. To me, both of them certainly earned their starting positions and proved to be leaders for younger players. So the seniors pretty much impressed me. They have a lot of adversity they've dealt with the last couple years, and they played fantastic.
All right, we're going to grab a quick interview with Rayvon Christian, who is beside us right now. All right, so welcome in Rayvon Christian here. Excellent game.
Thank you.
17 total rebounds and 13 points. What was it like playing in the first regular season game under Coach Van Atta?
He's more of a defensive coach, so I think the way we won was through defense because he has a really high intensity about defense and rebounds, and I really think that showed throughout this game, and that's probably how we won. That's mainly how we won.
Yeah. Talk about your performance today on the glass. I mean, it seems like every time someone was battling for a rebound, you were down there and then just taking them away from the Golden Tigers. How were you able to do that today?
I think mainly we work on in practice step back, not step toward the goal. So I think that helped me a lot this game with rebounding-wise and just basically moving a body. I had to get that board.
And y'all shot very well today. What is that something that y'all been working on a lot in practice?
We really have worked a lot in practice on shooting, and I think, yesterday in practice we did a lot of shooting, getting up shots, press break really, our fast break really was efficient this game also.
So going forward, and your second game will be against West Florida. What are your expectations for that game and then throughout the rest of the season?
Mainly defense. I think our three-point shots were better today, and mainly just run the ball. That's a fast break.
All right. Well, thank you, Rayvon Christian, for joining us. 17 rebounds, 13 points in the 10-point victory over the Golden Tigers. When we
Thank
come
you.
back, we'll talk to Coach Gary Van Atta.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that good?
Yeah, it was good. So welcome in Coach Gary Van Atta here after the 10-point victory over Tuskegee. Coach, what is it like coming back to Montevallo and then getting your first win of the season?
Well, winning's always fun. You know, it's great being back home here, and where I started my 4-year college coaching career, and you know, it's really nice. It's really nice to play in this new facility, and you know, Mark Richards, I really appreciate him giving me an opportunity to come back here and do this again. But I was really proud of the girls. I thought they've improved from the first game, the exhibition game, to this one, and put it together and held on to it for 4 quarters. That's what it's all about.
Talk about Rayvon Christian and Alba Perez down low, just absolutely dominating the glass. 17 for Christian and then 14 boards for Alba Perez.
Well, like I said, we've got to. You know, we're not that big. We're not that deep. Alba was one of the top rebounders in junior college for her size. She averaged more double-doubles than anybody 5'9" and under in the country last year. And Rayvon takes up a lot of space, and she gets her hands on the ball. You know, she's a tough rebounder. But I was really proud of all the girls. Also, Morgan and Haven breaking out of their shooting slump and playing well too. It was a complete and total team effort. I was really proud of Demaya Foster, who's been in concussion protocol. Today was her first game, and 6 quick points there in the first half. Boom, 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 to really take it from a single-digit game to a double-digit game.
And what kind of boost does that bring to your team when a player like that can come off and play small minutes but add 7 points?
It really makes a lot of difference, you know. And I got nervous in the second half. We had a little groove going there, and I didn't substitute as much in the second half as I normally would have. But like I said, it was a big spark for us. And you know, those girls coming off the bench are very, very important to us. And you know, we got to get better and better and better all the time, and they're the key to that. So it's a good win. Nice to win home, and now we got to let it go and get ready for the next one.
What are your expectations going forward the rest of the season, Coach?
Well, we're just taking it one day at a time, honestly. You know, we've had some unfortunate injuries, had a couple ACL tears. Like I said, Demaya's been in concussion protocol. You know, Rayvon got hurt, didn't practice yesterday, and you saw what happened to Morgan at the free throw line the other night. We thought she was going to have a hyperextension of the knee. So when you don't have a short bench, you just pray for health and, you know, putting that last game behind you and coming into practice, get ready for the next one.
All right, Coach. Well, thanks for talking to us, and congratulations on the win
Appreciate
today. Coming up in just about 25 minutes, the men will take on the Tuskegee Golden Tigers. Montevallo women, 75-65. We'll be right back.
The thing is if the women's game's over with at like 6:45, we're gonna put 30 minutes on the clock. We're gonna put probably more than that. It's based on what time the women's game.
I don't even know if they were even recording.
If we were on pace and
I'm off because I looked up and they were just gone from the camera.
Well, they were
on
recording
this.
here.
I mean, we're streaming still, but they may have had my mic down. I hope they didn't.
Well, that's the camera people may have left, but hopefully they.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like he would have came on and said something to me. He didn't talk to me at all, but I doubt they got it. I hope they did, but I doubt.
All right. Question though. Is this the out or the in for the headset?
How did we become painted with just one brush? Time's forever moving forward. We can't rush. Now tell me why somebody even want to choose a college. I know you don't want to leave with just book knowledge. We don't sell an institution but an attitude. Other schools don't understand. They on a different latitude. You don't want to get caught up in that sea of sameness when we perfectly unique. Yeah, we looking blameless. So get up out your seats, get louder, louder. We chose Montevallo and we couldn't be prouder.
We get it. You're busy.
That's why Falcon Weekly focuses on the news you need to know.
So tune in for the stories that impact your life and matter to you.
And make Falcon Weekly your source for news on the go.
And be sure to connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
How did we become painted with just one brush? Time's forever moving forward. We can't rush. Now tell me why somebody even want to choose a college. I know you don't want to leave with just book knowledge. We don't sell an institution but an attitude. Other schools don't understand. They on a different latitude. You don't want to get caught up in that sea of sameness when we perfectly unique. Yeah, we looking blameless. So get up out your seats, get louder, louder. We chose Montevallo and we couldn't be prouder.
This is the College of Fine Arts.
We get it. You're busy. That's why here at Falcon Weekly, we want to focus on the stories you need to know.
Once a week, tune in online or on the go for the news that impacts your life and matters to you.
Falcon Weekly is your one-stop shop for information.
And stay in touch with us 24/7 on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
We get it. You're busy.
That's why Falcon Weekly focuses on the news you need to know.
So tune in for the stories that impact your life and matter to you.
And make Falcon Weekly your source for news on the go.
And be sure to connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
Welcome back to Trustmark Arena. I'm Alex Tejada alongside Wyatt Hall, getting ready for the second half of our doubleheader of Montevallo basketball. The 1-0 men's Falcons under the tutelage of Danny Young get ready to take on Tuskegee Golden Eagles, who enter today 0-1. Straight to the starting lineups. The Falcons are unchanged from last game. Taylon Whitaker, Javonte Douglas, AJ Luke, Tony Bactus, and Jamar Taylor. For Tuskegee, their leading scorer from last game with 8 points, Joshua Culver, is out. He's been replaced by Thomas Massey. He's joined by 2 freshmen, Miles Thomas and Alex Perry. Travis Flagg and James Eads make up the remainder of the roster. Wyatt, what do we need to see from Montevallo today if they are to stay undefeated?
Well, they need to continue the scoring that went their way in the first game, scoring 106 points against Carver in that first game of the season on their home floor. The biggest thing to me has got to be bench points. We're going to see Logan Kelly and Kevin Kelly coming off the bench. Logan was 4 of 8 from three-pointers last year, the former D1 recruit to Rutgers, so he really needs to show his worth here in this game like he did the last game.
Interesting contest as Tuskegee's only played 1 game as well this season, lost 49-68 to Palm Beach Atlantic. They committed 24 turnovers and were only 116 from 3. What will they need to do to get the better of Montevallo today?
Well, they just need to shoot better. I mean, scoring a team coming in having no players score in double digits in that first game and then scoring only 49 points. They scored less than half, or way more than half, of what Montevallo scored in the first game. So the biggest thing is they've got to force Montevallo to make turnovers. If you frustrate Taylon Whitaker, he's not going to be able to work down low. So attack him and defensively get the ball away from Javonte Douglas. He is their scorer. He is the lifeblood of this Falcons team.
Yeah, it'll be difficult taking on Javonte Douglas. He proved even against Auburn. He racked up 15 points against the Division I team. Had an absolute field day last game with 29 points.
And that's a player who did play Division I against Old Dominion. He came off the bench, averaged 5 points a game when he played for them. But the struggle with defending Javonte is you have to bring out your center or your power forward to guard him. But he's a player that plays on the perimeter. But his height, you need someone of that height to guard him, and so it allows Taylon to get free in space. AJ Luke, the stud freshman out of Ramsey High School, to get free down low as well.
And that was my next question. With 6'4", 6'9", 6'7", and 6'6" in your starting lineup, what besides Javonte does Montevallo need to do to contest height-wise?
They just got to be physical and be aggressive. Taylon Whitaker makes up for his height in his aggressiveness, and then AJ Luke, he had a good outing against Auburn as well. Really proved himself to this team and inserted himself in the starting lineup. So he's got to be aggressive as well, sort of like a Malik Fields type player that Montevallo has seen before.
Opening tip-off, Javonte Douglas and Massey. Javonte Douglas gets it. It's out to Tony Bactus, the Pennsylvania transfer who started over Kevin Kelly last game magnificently. And opening points by the man you just mentioned, AJ Luke. He's a fantastic freshman.
And Tony Bactus gets on the assist column very quickly. He is an excellent ball handler and an excellent distributor. Had 7 assists in the win over Carver.
Thomas spreads it out to Flagg. Travis Flagg, one of the only upperclassmen in this lineup, the junior from Queens. Running out of time, shoots it with 3 on the shot clock and gets the first basket to go. James Eads, 3-2 in the early goings.
Eads scored 5 points in their outing against Palm Beach, gets an early 3-pointer there.
Bactus already controlling the floor with his passes. Javonte Douglas trying to find open room.
And they are very quickly collapsing on Javonte when he goes into the lane. They know he is Montevallo's scorer. This is the Tuskegee team that beat Montevallo twice last year.
And Bactus just ran out of time on the shot clock. He was getting calls from the sideline to shoot it. Coach Young is off his feet and very upset, and understandably so. I think Tony just lost track of the game clock there.
Yeah, was trying to keep the ball moving and just didn't pay attention to it.
And Alex Perry has been the man tasked with covering Javonte Douglas, at least for the time being. He's certainly going to have a busy afternoon. Miles Thomas trying to work some from the perimeter. Goes back to Travis Flagg. Flagg cuts inside of Whitaker and forces a pass down low for the easy bucket. Thomas Massey got down low.
And Taylor Whitaker got caught at the top of the key and was not able to hustle back in time to be the rim protector from Montevallo in that situation.
Whitaker on the other end of the court goes up and can't manage it. Massey with the rebound. Flagg, this time watched by Bactus. Took a step there.
And Flagg just got a little, Massey, the sophomore, just got a little too excited there. Had a lot of space in front of him.
Yeah, you mentioned this, a very highly contested matchup. Montevallo lost twice last year. This was a back-and-forth contest at Trustmark Arena. Bactus working some space with Jamar Taylor, who had a fantastic debut. The junior transfer from Stillman College. Flagg on the other end of the floor.
And on paper, Jamar Taylor's a very exciting player. The brother of Jamil McKay, who played for Iowa State, now plays for the Perth Wildcats in Australia.
And they are very similar type players down low as well. Of course, Jamar Taylor also shares his brother's trait of being inconsistent, so that's something to watch for. But
he does have the ability to play the 3 or the 4, even the 2 sometimes, being a true point forward.
Yeah, very versatile and versatile movement there. Thomas Massey gets it to fall.
Javonte Douglas really needs to take control right now. Finding his team down 5, does not really want to get down anymore. We saw him take control against Carver and Auburn.
A.J. Luke was bumped inside by Massey, who's been everywhere, offensive and defensively. Massey's a sophomore from Snellville, Georgia, 6'9", right. The tallest man in this lineup.
And you take out Kevin Kelly and put in Tony Bagdus, and you get a really good ball handler and distributor in Bagdus, but you lose the energy and aggressiveness that Kevin Kelly brings to this team.
Douglas takes the shot, is fouled on the way up by Alex Perry.
And it's interesting, you look at the starting lineup, only one returning starter is on the in the starting lineup for the day. A team that went to the NCAA tournament last year, lost in the first round to Winthrop.
And last year it was just a case of
Wingate, excuse me.
Last year it was just a case of almost there but going down. Same way at the Peach Belt Conference, lost in the semifinals by 1 point, lost here to North Georgia at home by 1 point. How do you get out of that trap this season?
You just got to continue to play, and Coach Young went out and got some role players and some very different style players for this Montevallo team, including Jamar Taylor, and then you get Javonte Douglas. So they got to shoot better free from the charity stripe. I mean, last year free throws were such a negative point for Montevallo, and it kind of kept them out of those 1 point games they could have won. As Taylor Whitaker does excellent defense down low but can't get the rebound.
Massey gets his rebound after the missed shot, and Perry spreads it to Flagg. Inside again, Whitaker's chasing, and Eads goes up for his first point, lead back to 9-4, 5-point deficit.
Last year, Montevallo had Bryant Orange, who would just take over the game. Javonte Douglas will be that player this year.
Jamar Taylor, good hand change there and went up fantastically.
Good move from Taylor inside.
You mentioned the new players being brought in, just added a few more tools to the box to have a little bit more versatility.
And I mean, there's still some players from last year on this team. I mean, you have Kevin Kelly and Logan Kelly sitting on the bench who will provide a lot to this team. Both of them are very vocal leaders during games and in practice. Then you have Micah Fuller, who's another stud out of Bessemer, who can come in and score and really handle the ball as well. And then T. Goberg, the transfer, can come in and play down low. So there's some weapons on this Falcons bench.
Yeah, and Michael Fuller, another player like Kevin Kelly that's not afraid to get low and get some steals. We saw him get 10 points against Auburn, but was just fantastic throughout. Alex Perry, Travis Flagg. Long three there under pressure from Jamar Taylor, and it won't go for Miles Thomas. Taylor looking for options. It goes off Perry and out for a Montevallo inbound. And first media timeout. 5 minutes played so far, kind of scrappy from both sides. Montevallo down 9-6. What have you seen in the opening that could dictate the rest of the game?
Well, Tuskegee has forced the ball out of Javonte Douglas's hands, and that's exactly what they needed to do in order to win this game. Javonte Douglas is the player who's averaging 29 points per game. I know we've only played one game, but he had 26 in the Auburn game. It doesn't factor in, but you score 29 points a game, and you've got to put all your focus on that guy. And Tuskegee has really clogged the lane. And Tony Bagdis, who we know how great of a passer he is, has not been able to find the easy backdoor cuts or the easy passes inside to Taylor, who likes to cut down low, for Douglas.
Yeah, that's the main thing. That play that between Bagdis and Taylor worked so well last game.
Montevallo really needs to get the 3-ball falling, which will free up that inside for Whitaker and Douglas, who likes to work around the elbow. Possibly could see Micah Fuller or Logan Kelly, or even Kevin Kelly, come into this game early. Logan Kelly, like we mentioned, was the player who provided 12 points off the bench in the Carver game.
And yeah, you mentioned have to start hitting those threes because it keeps the defense honest. A player like Logan Kelly probably will be on deck to come in at some point in this first half. We've played less than 5. 9-6 for the visitors. We're the only team last season to claim 2 victories over Montevallo.
And probably the biggest question mark was who's going to carry the rebounding load. Coming into this season, Taylor Whitaker was the leading rebounder, averaging 8 a game, but only 1 rebound so far in this game for the Falcons, while Tuskegee has been able to haul in 4, all going to the big man, Thomas Massey.
Inbound pass to Javonte Douglas.
And
short-range shot off the glass.
That's a shot he'll make 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, what a fantastic steal, though, to make up for it. Intercepts the pass, heading for Alex Perry. Douglas goes inside, a little bit of a solo project. Doesn't get it to go in or out. A.J. Luke muscling it, goes for a second effort, can't get it to fall. And Josh Culver, who was the leading scorer last game, comes down with it and is fouled.
And great aggressive play there by Luke to fight for the ball, but you've got to make those layups inside. Coach Young will not be pleased with that.
Yeah, no, especially when you did fantastic second effort to get in that position.
And the height of Tuskegee can cause problems for Montevallo, and it has in the past. It did last year, and so we're going to see Teague Oberg come into the game. He's still trying to feel his way out on this team. We mentioned the chemistry may be an issue for some of these players like Tony Bagdis and Jamar Taylor, but Teague Oberg as well, but has great size inside.
Teague Oberg, a transfer from Clarendon College, certainly has the physical aspect down, just got to get the mental. As he learns to work with the teammates. One new teammate, Tony Bagdis.
And they're going to call a carry on Tony Bagdis.
So far, some early mistakes for Montevallo early on, playing a team that turned the ball over 24 times themselves last game. They've pretty much been error-free in the early goings. Eads gets the ball back and looks for options. Dominic Norton, a junior, tries to force a pass inside. It's tipped by Douglas, but will remain with the Golden Tigers.
And Taylor Whitaker is not very tall, and it can cause a matchup problem inside against some of the players like Alex Perry or Thomas Massey, but he definitely makes up for it in his body size and his aggressiveness down low.
And a lot of these players on this Tuskegee side, very dual threat type players. Culver, Eads, Massey, Perry can all play in multiple positions.
Right.
So Montevallo certainly have their work cut out as far as adjusting.
They have the ability to move around and match up in certain situations depending on what Montevallo does. And I talked about Javonte Douglas could be a matchup problem because he's not a true forward. I mean, he's a stretch forward. He can pull out and shoot and handle the ball. But so far, Tuskegee has been able to match up against that.
Douglas with the ball right now. Great cut by Taylor. Is fouled on the way up.
And Taylor probably had the lights in his eyes. He wanted to slam dunk there, but just wasn't able to do it. But does draw the foul, which is a positive.
Yeah, Jamar Taylor had a fantastic alley-oop throwdown last game that put this Trustmark Arena crowd on its feet for the first time in this young season. Another fantastic crowd on hand again today. Taylor's first free throw goes through. What does Jamar Taylor need to do this season to provide a huge impact and not just be one of the players?
I think he needs to attack the rim like we've seen him. We just saw him do that, and I think also he needs to make shots. I mean, he can be a three-point threat as well. Did a fantastic job of that when he was at Stillman and
Indian Hills.
Yeah, Indian Hills in Wisconsin. Was outstanding from beyond the arc. So he'll have to knock those open shots down, but making free throws at the line is going to be important for him as well, as he will continue to drive.
Dominic Norton using the majority of ball handling to him, although he did not start this game. Runs up against Javonte Douglas, but Tuskegee maintains possession. 5 on the shot clock.
Nice block there from J.J. Douglas.
Eads looking to inbound to Norton. Flag. Gives it off to Norton, who just runs out of shot clock.
Congratulate Tony Bagdis on that play, as he was able to cut off the drive and force the kick out, resulting in the block. Good defense there from Bagdis.
And before this season, Tony Bagdis had not played in 2 years, so he certainly has the talent, but maybe a little rusty. And I believe a push off there from Whitaker down low.
And I'm sure that's something that Coach Young has been working with, and that he'll get back in time. Played at Pennsylvania, then had to sit out for a couple of years due to other reasons, but is back now, and we know what he can do.
Certainly carries a lot of potential as Jamar Taylor returns to the line with a chance to tie or take the lead for the Falcons.
And as important as it is for him to get to the line, he's got to hit those free throws as well.
So far for either team, shots from the floor have been hard to come by early on. A lot of aggressive play. As Kevin Kelly prepares to come on for the Falcons, replacing Taylon Whitaker.
So Montevallo is going to go small here and shift Javonte Douglas into the 4 and Oberg over to the 5. But Kevin Kelly is a player that brings so much heart, so much energy and aggressiveness to this team. Very active in the half court defensively. We saw him last year bring a lot to this team. Had 7 steals in the game against Carver.
That basket is good. Lead retaken by the Golden Tigers. James Eads knocking down another basket. They have to get a man on him.
Tuskegee has a lot of length with their 3, 4, and 5 players, and are able to pull out Jamar Taylor and Douglas and shoot over them, as we saw Eads do that there.
Good maneuvering by Thomas. Can't get it. Oberg on the rebound and is fouled on his way up by number 25, Joel Nureddin. Nureddin and Austin Cherry have checked into the lineup, so a lot of changes by Tuskegee. Coach Jerry Dunn in his 3rd year trying to keep it fresh. Mentioned Montevallo also has the ability to see several different looks. Oberg, Jr. misses the first. Miles Thomas comes right in, and the cameo from Joel Nureddin, the junior from East Atlanta, is cut short. Oberg's 2nd attempt, too long, and a missed opportunity to tie the game up for the Falcons. Travis Flagg, Miles Thomas. Flagg being watched by Bactus. Spreads it out wide, and Eads with another chance from this corner, and this time it won't fall, and Kevin Kelly showing his aggression, getting the ball.
Kevin Kelly showing that his athleticism outmatches his height, going up and getting that rebound.
Just takes on a little too much for himself as he runs out of space. Travis Flagg gets it from under the basket and is chased around by Bactus. Feeds it low, but
defense from Oberg.
Oberg was watching Thomas Massey the whole time, forced the mistake. Javonte Douglas inside, has 2 men on him, decides to go alone, and you mentioned they've been putting good pressure on him, and a fantastic block by Miles Thomas. Javonte Douglas is being double teamed and to good effect.
And that's the only way to defend Douglas. We saw him get that rebound and then just palm the ball and then try and go back inside and up again, but gets it swatted away. Credit Tuskegee and Coach Jerry Dunn in his third year.
Kelly is trying to up the tempo a little bit. Him and Bactus on the court now. Bactus head fake to Kelly. No look past Jamar Taylor. Taylor trying to work off the screen from Douglas. Instead plays it down low to Oberg, who runs out of room, gets it back. Kelly can take a three from afar and sinks it. Montevallo had their first lead of the game, 12-11, and you mentioned earlier Kevin Kelly can hit from beyond the arc as well.
Right, and there's some bench points from the Falcon bench giving them the lead. The senior leader, Kevin Kelly.
He had performed admirably last year in his junior season. Didn't start as a starter, but eventually worked his way into the starting five. Miles Thomas has a hard time dealing with it. Gets the better of one man, but he's blocked by Javonte Douglas, and Javonte's on the other side of the court, coast to coast.
And great block from Javonte, but I'm very impressed with Tony Bagdus' off-ball defense as he shut down Travis Flagg, forcing that pass to Thomas that ended up in the block.
There he is again with some more aggression, almost tied up Travis Flagg. Montevallo takes their first lead and then adds to it, 14-11. Not even halfway through the opening. What are the subtle changes here that have been made? Because right now it looks like Tuskegee are facing the Montevallo side that played Carver.
Well, Montevallo is able to move in transition and force sloppy plays by Tuskegee on the offensive end, shutting things down off the ball. I mean, we're seeing Tony Bagdus move with Travis Flagg, and then Kevin Kelly isn't allowing much space, clogging the lanes. And then Javonte Douglas is just being very active as the rim protector with Taylor Whitaker taking a second on the bench. And then making shots. I mean, we saw Douglas miss a few early in this first half, but has made a couple, giving them the lead.
14-11, 11-10 on the clock. Montevallo started a little slow and trailed 9-2. Have fought their way back and have taken the lead. Javonte Douglas has been watched so far. Do you continue to go to him? How does he break the double team, or do you use other players?
You have to continue to go to Javonte Douglas, but to break the double team, to me, you got to look to the three ball. And Kevin, that's one way to do it is Kevin Kelly. Maybe find Jamar Taylor on the wing, some drive and dish with Kelly at point guard or Tony Bagdus, and then that would free up Javonte. But his style of play is to take the ball and do something amazing with it. So you've got to let Douglas play his game.
Javonte so far has 4 points. Taylor leads the Falcons with 5. James Eads is having a day, 3 of 6 from the floor with 7 points. Already having a better day than he did in the whole game against Palm Beach Atlantic. Not even a quarter through the game. Inbound for Tuskegee.
And turnover is something that has hindered Montevallo in the past, only 2 so far.
This time, 3 dropped from Austin Cherry. Bench points for the Golden Tigers.
And Coach Young's upset with the lack of communication between his defense, giving up that 3 to tie the game.
Jamar Taylor down low to Oberg. Still a little too far from the basket for his liking. Long pass goes out of bounds, unforced error.
And Oberg has done a decent job defensively and rebounding, but the offense has really yet to come together for him. Just work on some mechanical things that we saw there, just hurry the pass and throwing it out of bounds.
Yeah, early on in the season, seems like Tyg Oberg is just getting accustomed to his teammates. That one goes as well. Lighten it up from 3, Travis Flagg. And just like that, the Tigers are back up 17-14. Quick dish from Michael Fuller, who's now in the game. Another one of the freshmen from Birmingham, Alabama. He's from Bessemer Academy, was the MVP of the 6A state tournament last year. Javonte Douglas stops, thinks about it, goes up, gets the second rebound, and is fouled on his way up.
And it's hard to defend Tuskegee when they've shot 2 or 3 from the three-point line. I mean, just having a good day. But we did see some spurts there defensively where Montevallo did play well, but credit Travis Flagg and James Eads have kept Tuskegee in the lead. And we're going to see Logan Kelly come in, which can be exciting.
Yeah, you mentioned having to have the 3 ball to kind of ease the double team on Javonte Douglas. We'll see if that works, because right now Javonte Douglas is taking on 2 and 3 men every time he drives.
When there's a couple options, Micah Fuller is in there who can shoot the 3 ball, Kevin Kelly and Logan Kelly. That'll spread out the floor perhaps for Javonte inside.
And not the tallest player. Michael Fuller only 5'11", but carries himself with a confidence that makes him look a lot taller. And here he is taking a 3 very confidently.
That's exactly what Montevallo needs to do. Great ball movement. Started with Logan Kelly, who swung it out to Kevin Kelly, and then the offensive rebound from Tyg Oberg.
Falcons back in the lead, 18-17. It's been a quick response game, back and forth, cut and thrust. Travis Flagg, Michael Fuller watching him. And a travel by Austin Cherry, who just hit a 3 a while ago. A little bit of a mistake here. That's the 5th turnover for the Golden Tigers. Already turning out a close back and forth game, but like both contests were last year. Javonte Douglas turning, maneuvering inside Oberg. Douglas takes it away from his own teammate and a couple Tigers, but can't get it to go.
And this is a different outing we're seeing from Douglas than what he had in the Carver game and in the Auburn game. He's missing easy shots. And every great player has a game like that. And so far it's been like that for him today. He's got to forget about it and continue going to the rim.
And that pass by Cherry in the direction of Perry was tipped last by a Montevallo player, so it will be an inbounds for the visitors as James Eads checks back in for Miles Thomas. Eads to inbound to Flagg. Flagg has done most of the ball handling besides Norton when he has come in the game. Travis Flagg trying to get a play to run. Eads spreads it out to Austin Cherry. Eads with a long 2. That's Oberg in his face.
Great defense from Oberg to step up a little bit in the lane and get a hand in the face.
Michael Fuller. Kevin Kelly watched by Flagg. Eads on Kelly. To Kevin Kelly. Of course, Logan Kelly always looking for the 3 ball, trying to crop up over there on the outside. Logan Kelly, Kevin Kelly on this side goes himself and is blocked by Flagg. Eads throwing it down. Big time jam for the visitors. 19-18 as they take the lead back.
And Logan Kelly knew if he tried to contest it would be a foul, so just let it happen there.
And that's what you get with the big men and an offensive travel, I believe. Kevin Kelly called again, so the faster-paced game is kind of getting up to the Falcons.
The biggest thing there was sloppy transition defense. I mean, Kevin Kelly drove hard and just got blocked by the length that Tuskegee has, and they were just slow to get back.
Yeah, it seems like the faster-paced team, Carver, scored a lot of points and weren't exactly in Montevallo's faces. This Tuskegee team, every time they bear down on basket, looks like they can throw it in, and with big men, they can also get to the rim. Perry hasn't had many opportunities to shoot yet. Alex Perry can also get hot from beyond the arc. Here he is passing it out to Flagg. Flagg tries to go down low to Nuruddin, who can't hold it. Michael Fuller is away with speed. Fuller, Whitaker, is he going to drive at the basket? Got it to go.
And this is the 10th time these teams have met. Montevallo leads the series 5-4, so these teams always play each other very competitively and very well.
And Coach Kennedy beside himself right now trying to organize the defense. Alex Perry tries to force a shot. Whitaker with the rebound. Fuller. Fantastic ball handler for such a young player. Goes up, doesn't get it. Oberg, and Oberg again in the right place, but doesn't have the finish.
And Oberg has made so many plays on the offensive glass. Just imagine if all the shots he's had has gone in, Montevallo would be up by a lot.
Or at least half as many as from James Eads, who drops another 3 on the Falcons, and the lead goes back and forth. 21-20 right now. A lot of hustle there, but Kevin Kelly comes away with it, throws it to Michael Fuller, and splash. Back and forth we go from beyond the arc, 23-21. Michael Fuller is 2 of 2 from beyond the arc. Eads also having a big day. Flag. Cherry thought about the shot. Eads finds space again on this side, so he's just changing position, but the same result every time.
Montevallo has got to find a way to defend James Eads.
Sophomore from Orlando, Florida, who can play as guard or forward. Very versatile player. Whitaker, Oberg, 2 big men on the court right now. Fuller.
And Eads had 5 points against Palm Beach, but way more than that so far today.
Kelly played a pass low, but it went off the knee of Oberg, and Cherry is fouled. Austin Cherry, who graduated from nearby Hoover High School. So far, very back and forth contest. What does Montevallo need to do in the final 5 to try to get a lead going into the half?
You got to stop James Eads, and really the only way to do that, because of his length, is to bring one of your big men out to guard him. Probably the most likely to do that is Javonte Douglas, but when you do that, you're missing what he can do down low on the ball as people are going to the rim, so it's just a challenge to figure that out.
5:58 to go. The lead is exchanged hands several times. Montevallo find themselves down a point, 23-24. James Eads is having some kind of night. Michael Fuller impressing as well. Javonte Douglas had a slow start, but is now starting to find the bottom of the bucket.
But also to keep in mind, no matter what defensive scheme you can come with or how well you guard someone, if someone's on, they're on. And James Eads is just on right now.
James Eads has a fantastic 14 points, is 6 of 10 from the floor. The next Tiger is Thomas Massey, who has 4, so James Eads definitely carrying the majority of the load for the Falcons. Michael Fuller leads with 6, Taylor with 5, Javonte Douglas with 5 as well.
Both teams shooting very well from 3, 80% on 5 shots from the Tigers, and 100% on 3 shots from Montevallo. I know it's only 3 shots, but very positive there.
So far, both teams shooting well over 30% overall. Perry again tries to force a pass, and Whitaker's there to break it up. Bactus comes away. Fuller's open, turns down the 3, decides to shoot a long jumper, has too much.
And that was something that was falling in the exhibition game versus Auburn in Michael Fuller's 10-point outing.
Just think he had too much momentum there, carried that shot too far. Tries to get it to Norton. It's poked out of bounds. Javonte Douglas and Jamar Taylor return. Oberg and Marbury make way. Perry to inbound. Taylor tasked with watching Miles Thomas. Provides an advantage, one of the main advantages height-wise for this visiting Tuskegee team. Dominic Norton. Thomas. 2 seconds on the shot clock and a long 3 from Travis Flagg, and it does not go. Javonte Douglas comes away with it. Let's see what he can create.
And we
Bactus.
talked about Bactus being off for 2 years from playing, but when he played at Penn, he was a bench player that came off and saw less than 20 minutes a game, and now he's being inserted into the starting lineup and has to be a leader on this team. We'll see throughout the season how he takes that role.
Certainly a change in the life of Tony Bactus.
Fantastic defense. Jamar Taylor just had nowhere to go except try and hoist it over.
So far, they have been crowding out the Falcons and forcing some low percentage shots. Miles Thomas, Dominic Norton, him and Travis Flagg have done well with the ball, and Taylor Whitaker is called with the foul on a 3-point play. So a very ill-advised play, and Austin Cherry will head to the line for a triple. And Whitaker, you know, coming out to try to defend that 3, got a little too close.
And that's the challenge with this Tuskegee team, is you've got to have length out there guarding them, but
Cherry misses the first effort. Falcons still trail by 1. This game has been very streaky as far as the scoring. We've seen big chunks of points and then minutes of where nobody can score from the floor. 2-point lead now.
And we know this is a Montevallo team that can score. I mean, they put 68 up against the D1 school and then 106 against Carver. So we know they can do something offensively. But so far, Tuskegee has looked at the scouting report and has matched up well.
Yeah, and with so many different players that can play different positions, Tuskegee has pretty much waited for Montevallo to make the move and has responded likewise. And so far, they have crowded out a high-scoring team. Tony Bactus going himself and gets it to go. Great athleticism.
And great job to create the space and move into the open lane and finish at the rim. Tony Bactus.
Under 4 to go. Montevallo ties it up at 25. But a low-scoring game, as you mentioned, by their standards. Eads.
I love watching Tony Bactus off the ball. He is such an aggressive defender.
Dominic Norton. Him and Flag have split time, and both have been good conductors for the offense. This time Norton gets it to go. Fights underneath. Bactus coming away with the ball with the Falcons. Michael Fuller under pressure from Norton. Both these players play at such a high intensity, they have to rotate them out. Bactus lays it off to Fuller. Space evaporated. Tries to turn.
And you know Jamar Taylor wanted that pass for a 3.
Michael Fuller just gets off a shot at the buzzer to try to avoid the shot clock and does not.
He missed an assist opportunity a second ago.
And you think he just didn't see it, or he thought it was a better chance to get on the outside, or?
I mean, there's a chance he may not have seen it, but we know Coach Young saw it because that's the first thing he said. He had Taylor on the perimeter. And Jamar's doing his job. He's sitting and waiting, but you've got to feed someone who can be a prolific scorer like Jamar Taylor can.
Yeah, we mentioned Jamar Taylor, very hot and cold. He scores a lot sometimes, but sometimes that's not all the way up to him. It's to his service. Last game, he was fantastic scoring-wise. This time, started well, but they've started to double-team him and cover him. 27-25, 3:02 remaining to the half, and this half has absolutely flown by.
Yeah, it really has. It's a lot different when we're doing women's games because of the quarters seem to take a little bit longer, but here the 20-minute half just ticks on by.
Haven't seen too many fouls either, so very fast-paced first half, especially with the quick transition and the threes. This Tuskegee team has only played 1 game all season, so what did Montevallo do to prepare for this side? A team that they played twice last year, but is largely a different roster.
I mean, it all starts with defense because we know that this Tuskegee team can really go one-on-one against you and can hit shots in your face. And so they've got to disrupt the passes and force them to only go to that because it's not going to – it won't last the whole time. I mean, you can't play one-on-one basketball the entire game. So what I've seen is like the off-ball defense has been so good as to closing the passing lanes. They got to continue to do that. It's been inconsistent.
Flag, a pass down low to James Eads. And again,
you have to mark James Eads. I mean, he was wide open running along the baseline.
16th point for Eads, and both Norton and Flag are in the game. Michael Fuller cuts inside a 2-man, puts up an effort, and Whitaker had it snatched out of his hands by Flag, who throws it to Eads on the other side of the court, and a hard foul by Javante Douglas. Or James Eads would have had his easy 18th point. He's having a fantastic half at Trustmark Arena.
And Eads kind of slowed down, avoiding and didn't like try and go up earlier to shoot the ball, avoiding the block. But he did a fantastic job of slowing his footing down and drawing the foul.
Makes his 17th point from the stripe. He has over half of the Golden Tigers' points. They lead 30-25. He checks out of the game. Rather, Thomas Massey checks out of the game. And is replaced by Joel Nuridin. Eads now has 18 on the day. Nuridin and Thomas in the front court for the Tigers. Montevallo trails 6. Tony Bactus with the ball. Taz Marbury also back in the lineup for
and
the
that's
Falcons.
what you want to do to Jamar Taylor, but wow.
Thought he was fouled. No call. Good skill by Eads. Worked a good shot. That time it doesn't fall. Bactus.
That's something that hasn't happened much of this game. Eads missing a shot.
Yeah. Certainly an unfamiliar sight. Tony Bactus. Good behind the back dribbling. Down low to Whitaker.
Good pass by Bactus.
It's great vision and feed to Whitaker, who throws it in, cuts the deficit to 4. 90 seconds before halftime. Important couple possessions here for both teams. Miles Thomas, Norton, Eads with Taylor watching him. Flag. Nuridin returns it to Norton. 2 creators on the court at the same time, and one of them takes a 3, and he had get it going in the first half, and he returns. Travis Flagg. 7-point game.
5 of 7 from beyond the arc. Tuskegee is today.
And it's incredible. Team that was only 1 from 16 last game.
A team that didn't have any players in double digits either.
Jamar Taylor tries a 3 himself, doesn't get it. Javonte Douglas rises above everybody to grab it and is fouled for his troubles. 47 seconds in the opening period. And the senior from Charlotte, North Carolina.
And it's very exciting looking at the roster and seeing a former D1 player from Old Dominion being on Montevallo's team, and Javonte Douglas. He had that amazing putback dunk in one of the games. It was all over ESPN.
His athletic ability is certainly inferior to none. Misses the first one just a little too much as it rattles in and out before deciding to go out. Impatient sounding crowd as Douglas misses the second one.
And starting to look similar to last year's team, missing free throws. I mean, Montevallo has got to hit their free throws. I mean, I don't know how many more times I can say it, but last year it really hurt us in a lot of games. And
yeah, the Falcons spent the majority of last season at the bottom of the Peach Belt in free throw percentage.
Hey, you got to use it or lose it too.
27-34 heading into halftime. What will Coach Young be saying to his players to try to, I don't know, get them back in the game or take a lead, because it's been back and forth so far today?
Be aggressive. Be very aggressive defensively. Clog the lane, steal the ball, and don't slow down. Go to the rim. Get these big guys in foul trouble. I mean, that's the big thing. We saw Jamar Taylor try and do that. One of the foul call, but did not get it. But attack the rim. Because 9 times out of 10, if you go to the rim on someone, they're going to foul you.
Yeah, force these big guys to make a decision. Flag, Eads. Both of these men have been hot from beyond.
And got to shut down the 3 ball, too.
Norton. Gets rid of it. Massey. Shot goes off the front iron. Taken down by Bactus with 18 to go. Let's see what the Falcons can do. Javonte Douglas goes himself, and what a first step. What a stride. 2 steps later, he's at the basket.
7 points for him today.
4 seconds. Flag trying to work something for himself. Passes it down low. What a block by Douglas at the buzzer. Thomas Massey could have extended that lead to 7. As it is, it's down to 5. Javonte Douglas showing his height and range. You mentioned his height is going to be huge for the Falcons. It was right there. Pretty solid first half. Falcons trail 5, however, 29-34. What in that first half will be positive that they need to build on in this second period?
At times, the defense was good, but it's got to be consistent. I mean, and the biggest thing that was not there was Douglas's scoring. And sometimes players go in a slump. I mean, and you can't help that, but you got to think that he's telling himself, I can fix this. I remember I was watching practice earlier this week, and pre-warm-up and practice, playing around, having fun, having a good time, and Javante was upset with that. He told his team, this is a team that beat us twice last year. Javante didn't play, but was redshirted or was sitting out for eligibility reasons and was on the team and knew this team, but they cannot sleep on this Tuskegee team. Team in the SIAC do not meet them in conference or anything like that, but they have to realize that this game still matters.
And this is a team you'll play again on the 22nd. Yeah. So far we've seen a lot of the ball getting down low to players like Oberg and Whitaker, but just not being able to convert, or like earlier, missed opportunities, passes when they are open underneath the basket. Jamar Taylor has been open a couple times and they've passed him up. At the half, Falcons 29, Tuskegee Tigers 34. We'll be back in just over 12 minutes for the second period from Trustmark Arena. Alex Tejada alongside Wyatt Hall.
How did we become painted with just one brush? Time's forever moving forward. We can't rush. Now tell me why somebody even want to choose a college. I know you don't want to leave with just book knowledge. We don't sell an institution but an attitude. Other schools don't understand. They on a different latitude. You don't want to get caught up in that sea of sameness when we perfectly unique. Yeah, we looking blameless. So get up out your seats, get louder, louder. We chose Montevallo when we couldn't be prouder.
This is the College of Fine Arts.
We get it. You're busy. That's why here at Falcon Weekly, we want to focus on the stories you need to know.
Once a week, tune in online or on the go for the news that impacts your life and matters to you.
Falcon Weekly is your one-stop shop for information.
And stay in touch with us 24/7 on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
We get it. You're busy.
That's why Falcon Weekly focuses on the news you need to know.
So tune in for the stories that impact your life and matter to you.
And make Falcon Weekly your source for news on the go.
And be sure to connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
How did we become painted with just one brush? Time's forever moving forward. We can't rush. Now tell me why somebody even want to choose a college. I know you don't want to leave with just book knowledge. We don't sell an institution but an attitude. Other schools don't understand. They on a different latitude. You don't want to get caught up in that sea of sameness when we perfectly unique. Yeah, we looking blameless. So get up out your seats, get louder, louder. We chose Montevallo and we couldn't be prouder.
This is the College of Fine Arts.
We get it. You're busy. That's why here at Falcon Weekly, we want to focus on the stories you need to know.
Once a week, tune in online or on the go for the news that impacts your life and matters to you.
Falcon Weekly is your one-stop shop for information.
And stay in touch with us 24/7 on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
We get it. You're busy.
That's why Falcon Weekly focuses on the news you need to know.
So tune in for the stories that impact your life and matter to you.
And make Falcon Weekly your source for news on the go.
And be sure to connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
How did we become painted with just one brush? Time's forever moving forward. We can't rush. Now tell me why somebody even want to choose a college. I know you don't want to leave with just book knowledge. We don't sell an institution but an attitude. Other schools don't understand. They on a different latitude. You don't want to get caught up in that sea of sameness when we perfectly unique. Yeah, we looking blameless. So get up out your seats, get louder, louder. We chose Montevallo and we couldn't be prouder.
Recap from the first half. James Eads has been on fire, 7 for 12 from beyond the arc. Leads all scorers with 18. Montevallo is led by Javonte Douglas. However, he's only been 2 for 10. The main difference, however, has been the three-point shooting, 71% from beyond the arc for the Golden Tigers. What do the Falcons do to try to combat this in the second half?
Well, they've got to – Javonte Douglas has got to make his shots. I mean, he's trying to force it a little too much instead of spreading out to the other players in the wing, such as Jamar Taylor or even Micah Fuller when he's in there. 2 of 10, I mean, that's uncharacteristic of him. Montevallo is doing a good job in other places of the court. I mean, not turning the ball over that much, only 6 turnovers. They're staying on the glass against Tuskegee 22-18, but Tuskegee is just shooting lights out. I mean, 71 from 3 and then 46 from the field, while Montevallo is 60 from 3 and 32 from the field. 50% from the line, Montevallo not great there. I mean, they've had opportunity to get 12 points from the free throw line have only picked up 6 of those. So really have to fix that in the second half.
Yeah, not acceptable, 6 for 12. Got to drive the ball more, but if they send you to the line, you can't, be getting half of these points. Javonte Douglas, however, will most likely reach a double-double, already at 10 rebounds. The closest is Oberg and Whitaker, who have 3 each. They're going to have to be a bigger presence in this second half.
And the question is, will Douglas score close to or more than what he scored against Carver with 29? I mean, he's only got 7 right now, and just everything that is usually gone for him is not going, and the little things around the rim. And imagine if Teague Oberg has been scoring. I mean, he's had so many opportunities, being very active on the offensive glass, but just has not had anything fall for him.
Yeah, and put 2 free throws, let them hang as well. How much of it has been to the size matchup that Tuskegee's been able to provide, and how much is it to the play and just the matchups? They've been keeping Javonte Douglas far from the basket.
Well, I think defensively it goes to the height and the length, because they're able to clog those lanes and not allow Douglas to get the ball where he wants, driving toward the basket from a pass from Bagdas. But offense, or on the glass, it really hasn't made a difference. I mean, Montevallo's out rebounding them by 3. Really, Douglas has really stepped up in that. But Tuskegee has just shot well. I mean, they have shot very well. And James Eads, 7 of 12. It's hard to beat a team when they have a player shooting that well. Hopefully, Douglas can be that player for Montevallo here in the second half. Maybe we see more minutes from Logan Kelly and Kevin Kelly, who can bring a lot vocally to this team.
I was about to say, we only saw glimpses of Kelly, both Kellys, in the first half, as well as Micah Fuller was very good off the bench. How much, we mentioned bench points being a key factor, how much do we see new players and rotations in this second half? We saw Tuskegee do a lot of in and out substitution.
Well, Danny Young is not very big on playing more than 7 or 8 players in the game. It's played 8 so far, so probably won't see any more past that, but we'll probably see more minutes from Logan Kelly or Kevin Kelly. The biggest thing here, I would think, is if you get the 3-ball working for you, it will spread out everything else. And the question is, can Montevallo get the 3-ball work? I mean, they're 3 of 5, but to really spread out the length of this Tuskegee defense, you've got to shoot a lot more than that. I mean, Tuskegee has shot 7, but they've just been able to attack inside.
Tony Bactus making his second start of the season, has 3 rebounds, only has 1 basket, and has committed 2 turnovers. Have you been impressed with him in his first game back, or you want to see more from him in the second half?
I've been impressed. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He knows how to run the floor offensively. There are some things to work on, a little bit of rust probably, but I've been impressed so far. It looks like he's not going to start here in the second half, which is interesting because they're going to have Micah Fuller out there, who will be the true freshman running the point.
How do you get players like Jamar Taylor more involved in the second half? He's very, hot and cold. We got to him a lot at the beginning of the first half, and then his influence kind of trailed off there towards the end.
Well, you've got to hit him with the pass. I mean, Micah Fuller passed up an open 3 to Jamar Taylor that we know he would have taken, but you've got to hit him on those. And he had some opportunities where he was handed the ball and had a lane to the basket. Just keep finding that to him. He's not really one that is going to create his own shots like Douglas will, but he will find the lane to the basket or find the way to get the shot off.
About to get set here for this second half. As you mentioned, Montevallo looks like Michael Fuller may be coming on. We'll see shortly. 34-29, the visitors have a slim lead.
It is going to be Bagdas instead of Fuller. They both had their shirts off. Couldn't really tell.
So the same starting 5 for Montevallo. This has been a trademark of Coach Young's team for a while, starting the same second half lineup as first. No changes as well to the starting lineup for the Golden Tigers, who will get us underway. Perry and Flagg. Travis Flagg, who had 6 points, was 2 of 2 from 3-point range. Proved that he can do more than just distribute the ball, and here he is on it now. James Eads, a long 2, and that might not be a 3, but his shooting stroke is the same.
And even with Jamar Taylor all over him, he is still able to knock down the shot. What game from James Eads.
Fantastic. He's already at 20. Taylor Whitaker. Jamar Taylor being watched by Eads. Cuts inside
What
of
a
one.
move by Taylor.
Taylor gets it to go. Fantastic step inside and got in the face of Alex
Perry.
Perry.
You saw him call Taylor over to set the pick so that he could get inside and go to the rim. He definitely has some scoring ability in his game.
And Josh Culver is also out on the floor. Miles Thomas down low is blocked by Javonte Douglas, but the possession will stay with the Golden Tigers with 12 on the shot clock.
Thomas
game.
Matches up well height-wise against Douglas, but Douglas uses his long arms to disrupt Thomas's offensive play.
Yeah, not only is Douglas tall, he also has long arms and also an athletic ability. And an offensive foul. Josh Culver.
They're going to call it.
A little bit of confusion in the calls.
Yeah.
It's instead on A.J. Luke.
Going to call him with the block. I believe that's his third personal foul. It is.
So a little bit of foul trouble early on for the freshman, sending Culver to the line. 3 for Luke on the day.
We've been to the library, obviously. So downstairs part, the Solution Center. We're all
This is the first. Culver, who is the leading scorer for the Golden Tigers last game, has certainly had a supporting cast today. Sinks the second, 31-39.
And we'll see if Backus maybe can get going beyond the arc as well. Shot 38% from there when he was at Penn.
Backus running very confidently, but is bumped. Travis Flagg, the guilty party. It's a transfer from Porterville College. Had a great start to the game today. Him and Dominique Norton have handled the ball fantastically. Backus, first effort rims in and out.
Hey, great to have you on board.
Seconds off the front of the iron and more free throws
And
left on the table.
Those are free points that you have to take advantage of.
Flag, Perry. And Eads, there's one way to stop him. He's fouled, however.
I'm going to call it on Jamar Taylor.
Sinks the first. 40-31, extending the lead out to 9. Falcons have to make sure they don't dig too big of a hole. Gets the second one, and Eads is up to 22 points.
And if he continues going this way, we could see some huge numbers from James Eads, already over 20.
Some player of the week type numbers. Jamar Taylor down low to Whitaker. In your face defending from the Golden Tigers. Come out of halftime with an intensity. Taylor turns inside. 2 men on him. Luke kicks it out. Javonte Douglas with a 3 and sinks it.
And Douglas desperately needed that to fall for him. Finally got the look that he's been needing all day, and credit the true freshman A.J. Luke hitting the offensive glass hard.
Douglas finally got that open shot and knocked it down. Tuskegee was warned, but got sucked in a little bit. Eads.
And that's how you stop James Eads. Knocked the ball out of his hand. Jamar Taylor as Javonte Douglas goes to the rim.
Miles Thomas tries to keep it inside. Almost does. Whitaker. What a fantastic play. And Eads is fouled hard by Whitaker.
And Whitaker gave him a little stare down after that. Said, you're not going to score anymore on me.
Yeah, but what hustle, though, by Travis Flagg. The ball was almost kept alive by Backus. Travis Flagg is the one that maintained possession, pushed the ball forward to Eads.
Wow.
Taylon Whitaker just said no trespassing. Eads will go back to the line, however.
But continues to make shots.
Yeah. He may be at 30 before the 15-minute mark if he continues at this rate. Back to a 9-point contest.
I believe he's at 22 right now.
Bactus. Falcons get something going, but the Tigers have responded in turn. Javonte Douglas inside, trying to carry it to the rim.
Miles Thomas, great play from the freshman.
And fantastic athleticism by Flagg. You don't teach that. Natural ability, darting in and out of defenders. 11-point lead, largest of the game. Jamar Taylor, Falcons need a response. Douglas, down low to A.J. Luke, has 2 men on him, tries to force it up, and again.
And that's what, credit Coach Jerry Dunn for devising that scheme of bringing 2 in on the post anytime a Montevallo player gets it, because Luke has nowhere to go when he gets that ball.
Miles Thomas. Thomas and Culver were the men who blocked out Luke on that occasion. Perry to Eads. Travis Flagg, Eads. Good passing, and an offensive foul called on Josh Culver. Javonte Douglas, the man who takes one for the team. And have Montevallo just started the second half slow, or did Tuskegee come with a different game plan?
Tuskegee just came right at him, continued what they were doing in the first half, and James Eads just has not missed shots. I mean, it's been absolutely incredible watching him play today, but credit Montevallo trying to be more aggressive offensively. Douglas has stepped up, so has Jamar Taylor. We'll see if they can continue doing that.
Bactus, well watched by Norton, who's been impressive since coming on. This one falls, though. That's points needed for Tony Bactus to get him up and running.
And the one thing that Montevallo is missing is Brian Orange was able to get on the low post and post players up, especially with the small size that he had. But Montevallo doesn't have that now.
Not James Eads, but Austin Cherry, who hit a 3 in the first half, returns for seconds. Back to 11. 47-36, 15:52 to go. Fast-paced second half to match the one we saw in the first. Bactus, little head fake, down low to Douglas, who goes alone and gets and one.
What a play by Javonte Douglas. He's being much more assertive now here in the second half, and his shots are falling. Montevallo is trying to not let Tuskegee run away with this.
So far, Javonte Douglas has earned his points the hard way today.
He has, and he's got to continue doing that. I mean, Montevallo is trying to come back in this game, but it starts with defense. You've got to shut out. You have to take James Eads out of the ball game. I mean, double teaming him, something like that. We saw Coach Young made some adjustments in that respect to that.
And Austin Cherry as well as Travis Flagg have also put down some threes, but you certainly want one of them trying a shot rather than James Eads, who is shooting.
But Travis Flagg has been hitting his shots as well.
Yeah,
that's
I was about to say, Flagg and Cherry can hit those shots, but James Eads is having a day that some people don't even have in practice. It's absolutely flying. Only a 9-point deficit, and it's still early in the second half, but if you're Montevallo, you got to bear down now and cut out the problems.
You got to keep hitting the ground running. I mean, don't get frustrated. And we saw Javonte Douglas very easily could have gotten frustrated with his performance in the first half and just shut down, but he didn't, and he's come back with a resurgence.
Javonte has 12, but his opposite number, James Eads, has 24 on the day. Javonte is already at a double-double, has added 2 rebounds this half to take him to a total of 11. Falcons still shooting 60%, haven't taken any threes, 71%.
These numbers from James Eads, he is 8 of 14 from the field, 2 of 2 from three-point land, and has made all his free throws.
Wow, a fantastic afternoon, especially on the road. A performance to remember, and we are not even done.
A man who only scored 8 points against Palm Beach as well.
Yeah, certainly.
Tripled that number today.
Certainly found free-flowing points today. Travis Flagg, who's been very influential both ends of the court. Austin Cherry. Dominic Norton. Almost came off Jamar Taylor.
Jamar wanted that one too.
Cherry. Norton. This time Whitaker is out to guard him. Down low, and it goes through. Thomas Massey hasn't gotten really involved, but the 6'9" sophomore loops in an easy basket, and it's a double-digit lead again for the visitors. Bactus took advantage of a screen and was bumped down low by Travis Flagg.
And probably looking for a hookup between Bagdus and Taylor there as Taylor handed it off to Bagdus at the beyond the arc and then made the move inside. But the foul disrupted it.
And that's the third foul on James Eads, so a little bit of foul trouble for,
that's good.
Flagg. Travis Flagg picks up his third flag.
Yeah.
So a little bit of good. Douglas. Imagine if the Falcons can drive at them, they can pick up these third, fourth fouls on some of these players. You have to make your free throws when you get there as well, though.
And the thing, if you look at the team last year, Bryant Orange and Terrell Lickens dominated the ball handling for Montevallo, but they also dominated the scoring. Tony Bagdus dominates the ball handling for Montevallo this year, but isn't in the same level of scoring as the type of players that Orange and Lipkins were, but is a fantastic distributor and floor general. But you lose some of that scoring ability when you have a player like that, so you've got to find open looks to Douglas and Taylor, but when Tuskegee is playing as good a defense as they are, it's hard to find those looks.
Bactus knocks down those two free throws, cuts it to an 8-point game, 41-49, blistering pace to this second half. Both teams ramping up the physicality as if it already needed that. In-state rivals meeting for the first time. They'll meet again on the 22nd at Tuskegee. Montevallo hoping to claim a home victory and avenge last season's 2-point loss at home. Long three from Cherry.
And Taylor Whitaker's got to grab that rebound. Just completely gets boxed out.
Dominique Norton keeps it alive for the Tigers. Norton lays it off to Thomas, had an open look, thought twice. Eads, who's back in the game. Norton. This time it's short from Eads. Everybody on the Tuskegee bench was already up, expecting the usual result as Teague Oberg.
Eads sort of forced that one up.
Teague Oberg preparing to check in. Good mid-air adjustment by Bactus to force the ball into Javante Douglas. Passes it back to the point guard.
Bactus will reset real quick. Going right side.
Only has 7 seconds. Taylor Whitaker is the man being replaced. Miles Thomas makes way for Joel Nuridin. Jamar Taylor will inbound. Falcons still trail 8 with 13:08 to go. Javante Douglas turning, being well watched by Norton, who provides the hustle if he doesn't match up quite size-wise. Jamar Taylor. Great movement to the basket. Wow. When Jamar Taylor can open up his book of tricks.
What a play from Taylor. We saw it again earlier in the second half, but
switches it on there and cuts it to a 6-point game. Austin Cherry generates a lot of power from his legs when he shoots. Makes him a dangerous player as he proves just there. Not much arm motion. Gets it to go.
Tuskegee just continuing to have shots fall for them. Coach Young very upset with his defense.
Back to an 8-point game. Cherry and Eads in the faces of the players. There's Oberg. Javante Douglas took a step and a turnover from the senior Douglas. Not a mistake you want to be making when we're 2/3 of the game done.
You got to stay in it, though. I mean, can't get disheartened this early. There's a lot of game left. Interesting that Coach Young has not gone to the Kellys here. I mean, neither one of them have played so far in the second half, especially Kevin Kelly, who played so much and so many minutes for this Falcons team last year. Maybe he can be a spark off the bench.
Yeah, it's 11:58 to go, so not an eternity left, but by no means running out of time. But you would think about making some adjustments here. Would you bring off one of the Kellys or both?
I would bring on both. I mean, you need points, and both of them provide that for you. Montevallo is just getting outshot, so combat that. Bring in both of them. Get some open looks to Logan Kelly on the wing. Get some three balls falling. Free up some space for Taylor Whitaker to work, for Javante to get some looks at the elbow. Free up something like that. Some lanes for Jamar Taylor.
How do they match up physically? Because right now the big men of Tuskegee have been dominating down low, or at least forcing pressure.
Well, Logan Kelly's a very good wing defender, so if he is, called upon to come in and played against maybe James Eads or something, you could shut him down on the perimeter and force him to not come down low. But I mean, you've got to. Teague Oberg has done a good job, but they've got to just move their feet and stay with these Golden Tigers as they're driving.
Javante Douglas has 13 points. Jamar Taylor with 9. Eads has 24 and is flanked by Flagg and Cherry, who have 8 apiece.
What a steal there from Bagdus.
Bagdus steals it, but almost turns it over. And a kick ball. Not sure which player they were calling it on. I believe A.J. Luke. And a kickball call on Luke, so that will be his 4th foul. He's just as confused as his coach is. Whitaker will come back on after just coming off. Miles Thomas, Dominic Norton directing traffic. Waiting for runners from the left side. Miles Thomas makes a screen back out to the left. Norton thinks about it and goes inside to that main man. Tries a shot, but it's not beyond the arc, so we can't get it to go.
Good job by Taylor Whitaker to force him from coming closer to the basket and to lob that one up.
Jamar Taylor took an off-balance shot, but he was put off balance and is fouled. Austin Cherry picks up his 2nd. It'll 6th team foul. It'll send Taylor to the line to shoot 2, trailing 8 points. We mentioned this game is one of a lot of points, and then we'll go with the drought. And right now we're currently in the drought. Falcons have not been able to hit from beyond.
And we sit here and we look at the stat sheet, the typical things that can determine why you may be winning or losing, but Montevallo is winning in the turnover battle and in the rebounding battle. It's the shooting percentage that has just really kept them out of this game, and they have not been able to stop Tuskegee offensively. I mean, 50% for the game from the field, 55 from three-point land.
Eads and Norton exchanging passes. They also have Thomas Massey, who's yet to get going, as well as Culver, who was the leading scorer last game. So a lot of players on this team that can shoot. Eads again trying it.
And I believe Eads is just getting tired here.
Yeah. That stroke is not as...
It was short from the beginning.
Yeah. It's not coming off as easily as it has so far this game. 6-point game as Montevallo has whittled down the lead as Kevin Kelly now prepares to come on.
And they're going to give Javante Douglas a break here.
Interesting lineup out there. Whitaker, Taylor, Kelly, and Bactus.
Who's going to carry the scoring load? Got to think Jamar Taylor and maybe some quick threes from Kevin.
Bactus tries to tip it.
And Taylor corrals the rebound. What a play.
Great play by Whitaker. Timeout called by Coach Danny Young. how much of this has been to Montevallo's individual players not being able to shoot, and how much of it is down to they've been rushed pretty well by some solid defense?
I think that's been all it is they've been rushed. I mean, Backus is not having any time to really work his offense, and did not have the kick out to Kevin Kelly on the wing because of the great wing defense from Tuskegee. Was forced to rush the layup because when he was driving, he wanted to kick it, but it just wasn't there. And then they're rushing Taylor Whitaker on the rebound there. I can't credit Tuskegee enough as to the level that they're playing right now. I mean, looking at the box score of the Palm Beach game and looking at the box score of this game, you think it was two totally different teams.
Yeah, Montevallo is found shooting hard, but it credit the Golden Tigers who have been cutting off all the opportunities. And Teague Oberg has come in the game, and that really provides you with the only bit of strength down low besides Taylor Whitaker, at least coupled with height.
But not offensively.
Yeah.
I mean, Teague Oberg's your role player defensively, sort of like a Mozgov type player who's just to get rebounds and to play defense.
Taylor is now in double digits.
11 points for him, and then Javante Douglas with 13, but Eads still sits there with 24.
He's tried to force some threes that haven't even been close. How much now do you go to him, and when do you try other players?
Who?
Eads. He's starting to get cold now from beyond.
Right, he is, and I mean, Travis Flagg provides a bit of scoring for you as well. For me, I think you got to pound it down low. Look at maybe Thomas Massey, who can go against Teague Oberg or Taylor Whitaker.
Tony Backus looking to be the spark offensively. Or this man, Kevin Kelly. Jamar Taylor. Ran into a cul-de-sac and had to kick it back to Backus, who's running out of time on the shot clock. Has 5. Coach telling him to go. 2. Got it, and 1.
What a play by Tony Backus, knowing the shot clock was winding down, and gets it to go.
Fantastic play. Picked up a foul for his trouble. Showed good awareness and bravery getting up there. And has the potential to cut this down to a 3-point game, so have quietly whittled away at this lead. Tuskegee's shooting just has recently gone cold. Falcons has improved just a little bit, but it remains the same game with just a quarter remaining. 48-51 from Trustmark Arena. Falcons can come back in this game, perhaps take a lead. You would imagine the crowd could also become a factor here as well.
Right, the Bird's Nest is always a tough place to play here in Trustmark Arena, and there's a good crowd on hand here tonight.
They would love to get excited by a Jamar Taylor dunk, or perhaps a block on this side.
Montevallo's only lost one game at home in this series against Tuskegee.
Cherry tries to go inside and is fouled by Backus.
But Kevin Kelly gets hit in the face. And that's Kevin Kelly's third. They're going to call it on him instead of Backus.
Took a shot in the face as well. Tell the size disadvantage there. Miles Thomas, 6'7". Kevin Kelly, a mere 5'9". Flag. Cherry thought about the 3. Now they have Oberg, Whitaker watching the big man Culver.
And Eads is going to get to the line, but unfortunately he misses the layup, and Oberg is going to get hit with his first one.
And I can only think that he didn't have his feet set because he looked to be in a great position.
And Oberg is not one that picks up a lot of fouls. Does a very good job at establishing his position.
Eads continues to be perfect from the line, however, adding his 25th point. Extends that lead to 4. Coach Young looking as frustrated as he has ever been on this sideline. Timeout, 30 seconds.
And you got to think going forward, Alex, who's really going to carry the scoring load consistently? Because last year we saw Terrell Lipkins and Bryant Orange consistently put up 21 points. And then Bryant would, break out and have a 35-point game. Terrell would break out and have a 41-point game like he did against Young Harris on the road last year in a huge playoff game. But where's that going to come from?
We've been saying so far, at least in the build-up to this season, in the build-up to this game, that Douglas and Taylor have to do it. They've done the majority of the scoring today, but you're going to have to rely on different players. Whitaker, Kevin Kelly, Logan Kelly. You got to have different options. You mentioned bench points is a big deal, but I would get the ball down low to Whitaker. He has not been able to. He's only scored 4 points today, 2 of 3.
In the game against Carver, you had 12 points off the bench from Logan Kelly, 14 points off the bench from Michael Fuller, 10 points, I believe, off the bench from Kevin Kelly. I mean, you had points everywhere from these players in the 106 route of Carver.
Yeah, they can't, majority of the points will come from Taylor and Douglas, but you can't sign them up for a role they can't live into.
And Tuskegee has always been a team that has length, and they're really challenging this Montevallo team to find scoring in unconventional ways. And Taylor going to the basket.
Good adjustment in the air, doesn't get it. Oberg, but he is grabbed from behind by Joshua Culver. Looks surprised, but it was right in front of the referee, and Ty Oberg will go to the line. He missed his last 2, so big couple free throws coming up to the junior from Islip, New York. 9:08 remaining, 5-point deficit. It's what we went into the halftime as. Both sides have exchanged blows, but we stay at the same deficit. Been a very physical contest.
And we really didn't know what to expect from this Tuskegee team because the Palm Beach game just really didn't do them justice as to how well they've played here today, and James Eads is at the forefront of that.
Culver is replaced.
Got to hit the free throws.
Oberg misses a couple more free throws. His numbers, missed free throws are starting to add up. Flag. Cherry. Eads. Cherry, a man who's good from 3. This time it's just a little bit long. Jamar Taylor comes down with the rebound, has numbers ahead of him. No Javonte Douglas on the court. Bagtis. Kelly. It's been pushed around, but has battled hard. Could take advantage of a slip by Cherry there. Can't get it to go. Oberg takes it down, but throws a bad pass away, and Travis Flagg has one-on-one. James Eads.
What a play by Jamar Taylor, hustling down the floor to knock it away.
And Nuruddin couldn't take the second chance opportunity. Falcons escaped there, thanks to the pressure of Jamar Taylor, who's on the ball right now. Goes inside of a man. Did well to get inside of Nuruddin, but couldn't get it up, and Massey comes down with the rebound.
Jamar Taylor's done that play so many times. Unfortunately, comes up short there, but wanted the foul.
Flag. Taking his time. Shot clock down to 12. Eads. Falcons have done well to marshal him in this second half. They still have shooters. Eads this time is fouled from beyond the arc by Teague Oberg.
And Coach Young asked the question I was wondering why. Why do you foul in that situation? That just does not make sense. I mean, team down 5, don't want to send someone to the free throw line.
Especially somebody who's been 100% from the free throw line.
I mean, this is a team who's only missed 2 the whole game, 80%. So, it just doesn't make sense. And that's some things that Coach Young is going to work out.
And when you're on the road, hitting free throws is a major difference.
It is, and it's keeping Tuskegee in this game. I mean, everywhere on the floor they're just shooting well from. And Montevallo is not capitalizing when they do turn the ball over, when they do make mistakes. And then we did see those few times that when Montevallo turned the ball over at half court and they went back, they weren't able to score in transition. But on some of those, they did pick it up at the free throw line.
Yeah, been a difficult day for Jamar Taylor going forward. We've seen him miss a couple. Been a difficult day as well for Teague Oberg down low. They've matched him size and strength-wise pretty well. 7:46 remaining. Golden Tigers up on the Falcons 53-48. As we approach crunch time at Trustmark Arena, Falcons will be back in action on Friday and Saturday in the PBC SIAC tournament. They'll take on Lane College at 7 on Friday and follow that up with a game against Miles at 5 on Saturday. James Eads is up to 26. Flag and Cherry remain at single digits. Douglas at 13, Taylor at 11. But that's about it for the Falcons. Committed 9 turnovers to Tuskegee's 10.
And I mean, out rebounding the Tigers by 5, but just the second chance points are not falling for Montevallo. T. Goberg being on the other end of that most of the time. And Taylor Whitaker did have a few of those as well, but 12 of 21 from the charity stripe. You cannot win often doing that. I talked about in the first half, or before the game started, that in order to win this game, they're going to have to get to the line. They're going to have to attack the bigs of Tuskegee, but they have not capitalized on that.
Eads knocks down all 3, so lead is extended to 8, 48-56.
29 points for James Eads. I don't understand fouling a 100% free throw shooter.
Certainly not someone who is 11 for 11 from the line.
He's picked up 11 points.
Takes him now to 29 on the day. Oberg can't hold it again. Coach is infuriated. Second, third chance points. Eventually Oberg comes down with it. Javante Douglas is back on the court. Jamar Taylor with a fast break. Point! Look out below! Jamar Taylor!
Man, he wanted that. Great play from Jamar Taylor. That man has some athleticism, and he showed it there.
56-50.
He went right by the defender. I believe it was Cherry.
13 points for the junior from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And a travel by the Golden Tigers will turn the ball over again.
Momentum is a real thing. We'll see if Montevallo can capitalize on it here. Some sloppy play, but Jamar Taylor slams it home. And then the turnover from Tuskegee.
A.J. Luke, who is on 4 fouls, is now back on the court.
You need him down low. You need him to grab rebounds. Need him to fight for position. Javante needs to get going.
It's a good possession as any to get going. Jamar Taylor.
And no foul.
Great play by Kelly. Third chance points go. This time Jamar Taylor.
Jamar Taylor starting to come alive.
But what a clean block that was on A.J. Luke. He went up and was rejected. Thomas Massey, but he couldn't keep out Jamar Taylor. 4-point lead, 56-52. Crowd starting to make a little bit of noise as they can sense a comeback in the makings.
Great
block. Javante Douglas and an offensive foul on Eads. Jamar Taylor took the charge.
You have to capitalize on this. Tuskegee is handing you the game. They are giving it right back to you right now. If you're Montevallo, you have to take this opportunity and go. And you know Jamar Taylor is feeling that right now after taking that charge.
56-52.
Getting the second chance points, getting the dunk. He's got to put the team on his back right now.
2 consecutive turnovers and 2 possessions for Tuskegee, and the Falcons have cut the lead to 4 with chances to do so even further. Javante Douglas going against Thomas, floats it in, and it's just a basket now, 54-56.
Keep going, full throttle. Keep the pressure. Do not let Eads get open looks, but do not foul him because he will make every shot that he has the opportunity to hit.
Flag and Eaves giving each other the eyes, looking for a play. Eads is trying to get open, running a screen off of Cherry. Eads is blocked. Javante Douglas.
But they're going to give the foul. I think it's A.J. Luke.
And he's fouled out.
Luke wasn't even there, though. Luke didn't even make a play on the ball. We saw that earlier in the women's game when they gave Ravion Christian a foul.
A very mysterious foul, and we have a similar case.
Luke was not in the play. I do not understand that from the official.
Joel Nuridin checks in for Miles Thomas. Taylon Whitaker replaces the fouled out A.J. Luke. And that sends Thomas Massey, 6'9" sophomore from Snellville, Georgia, to the line. So far, Tuskegee have been virtually flawless from the strike.
Can't let that get you down. Got to keep going if you're Montevallo.
Misses that one.
Thomas Massey. First free throw of the day. The crowd is awoken here in Trustmark.
Makes the second one, makes it a 3-point game, still one possession in it. 57-54, 5:26 remaining.
Keep the pressure going. Feed Javante Douglas or Jamar Taylor here. Look for Kevin Kelly on the wings for 3 as well.
Backus getting quick
He's sitting out there wide open right now. Wow.
Jamar Taylor surveying the court. Javante Douglas from 3. Oh, it goes in and out.
What a hustle play from Kevin Kelly. Did you see him flying in and knock that ball away? Wow.
Kevin Kelly goes back to Javante Douglas, who does a reverse pass to Whitaker, who's blocked.
Where's the foul, though? Taylor got hit on the wrist.
Looked a pretty obvious call.
Did you see Kevin Kelly a minute ago? The 5'9" guard got up and made that offensive rebound. Wow, that'll get you excited.
There is certainly some fight and desire in Kevin Kelly, the senior from Houston, Texas, making his mark.
Unable to capitalize, however, made some crucial plays there, but it's just unfortunate. I mean, in the play that happened where the ball rimmed out, it's just been Javante Douglas's game all day. Just has had an unfortunate day shooting. Still has compiled 13 points, though.
54-57, 4:43. Relatively low-scoring match by both of these team standards, at least in the past. Looks to be another classic from Trustmark Arena. We saw a similar contest last year. Falcons hoping to reverse the result this year. Last year started a very difficult 1-4 to the season last year before picking it up. Only lost one match at home after that. Trying to continue a successful 2016 into this season. Eads with the ball. Playing with a smile on his face. He's enjoyed himself. Cherry. Thomas, whose long arms almost got it. Jamar Taylor.
Javante wants it. I was thinking alley-oop there. You had to be thinking that, but.
Austin Cherry picks up his third. Jamar Taylor will go to the line. Just had a little bit too much momentum, I think, to look up.
Yeah, but still great job by him to go to the line. I said what he needs to do earlier today was to attack the rim, and he's done that, and now he'll have an opportunity to cut into this 3-point lead.
Makes the first one. Has a chance to cut it to 1 now with 4:18 to go. We're reaching crunch time in this matchup. Every possession from here on out matters. 56-57. Eads and flag.
And just like that, Montevallo is right back in this game.
This is where you want to be when you're the Falcons. You have to remain composed and keep your nerve.
Kelly, the senior leader, has to step up here.
Miles Thomas still playing with the same intensity he opened the game with. Eads and Flag, who've been a dynamic duo for the visitors.
He stepped on the baseline. I'm unsure what happened. They called stepped on the baseline. As the official was pointing down, I figured it was the Tuskegee player, but they're still giving Tuskegee the ball.
Well, for the first time today, the referees have not understood what's going on, but we do understand that it's a media timeout.
We do know that,
yeah.
But
we've got it straight over here.
I'm just trying to figure out, because Tuskegee had the ball, so pointed to the baseline, but is giving them, I don't know.
Unless he tossed it off
at
of Taylon Whitaker, I mean.
Maybe Whitaker had possession. I'm not sure. I can't really make much of that. I don't know if we have a replay. If we do, it'd be cool to see one, but that's interesting.
Yeah. Certainly a bunch of mysterious calls from the referees today. Fortunately, however, that hasn't dampened this match. 56-57. It's been a back-and-forth contest. James Eads has had a fantastic day, but has cooled off recently. Jamar Taylor and Javante Douglas trying to take the reins for the Falcons.
They've been very aggressive towards him when he goes to the line, and he's kind of backed off a little bit. Montevallo has definitely resurged here in the second half.
He still managed 29 points. Jamar Taylor leads the Falcons with 17. 15 for Javante Douglas. However, he's only 5 of 16 from the floor. Falcons have shot 57% from beyond the arc, and now only 42% for Tuskegee. So only 5 of 12 in this half. Three-point has not been as successful, but Montevallo have failed to capitalize on some second chance points. Have worked their way back in the game, though. Have improved from the free throw line, but they will be tested in the final minutes.
And Javante just kind of reaches over him.
Austin Cherry, the man who's fouled.
And that is Douglas's second personal.
Will send the 6'2" sophomore from Birmingham to the line. He's had a solid day with 8 points. Can bring himself to double digits on the day. Drops the first one. 2-point game, 58-56.
And there's still a lot of time left on the clock, just 3:49. Montevallo doesn't need to let that momentum they had dissipate here. Needs to continue putting the pedal to the floor.
Back to a 3-point game, 59-56. Tony Bactus carrying the ball down the court. Massive possession here for the Falcons to see if they can respond.
And we mentioned we need a huge block or a huge dunk to get the Falcons going, and that dunk from Jamar Taylor did get Montevallo going.
Douglas, head fake, thought about it, was fouled on the way up by Miles Thomas. Will go to the line to tie it up.
Great patience showed by Douglas there. He got the ball on the elbow from the nice kick out from Whitaker, thought about the shot, but saw the open lane and took it and made the incredible play, and now has a chance to tie this ball game at 59.
That was a great head fake, went inside and could have been out-muscled, but instead used the slow defensive maneuver by Miles Thomas to his advantage.
And it's a great movement between the bigs. I mean, Whitaker was down low, able to pop out and send the pass over.
We are tied at 59 with 3:30 remaining.
Incredible performance by these Falcons, able to come back in this game.
Massive final 200 seconds in front of us. Miles Thomas out to the three-point man, Eads. Cherry hands it off to Thomas, who sinks it from 3. 62-59.
And the first points of the day for Miles Thomas come at a critical time, putting the Tigers up 3.
Jamar Taylor slams it down. Mercy.
Can you believe that, Jamar Taylor? Oh my gosh. Incredible.
Still a 1-point game. Falcons have to keep their nerve. Cherry took a step.
Montevallo is in this basketball game, down 1. And the crowd has really gotten into it.
Travis Flagg trying to calm his team down.
I don't think I've ever seen a dunk like that Jamar Taylor just had in this arena.
Wow.
Fantastic.
The crowd almost lost it as
and
well.
And he'll go to work again against Eads. Both leading scorers. He gets tripped up. No foul.
That was a foul, but okay.
Last touch by Whitaker. Coach Young in the ref's face wondering how that wasn't a foul on Jamar Taylor. Looked like he had several players impeding him. Still a man wiping the court as the ball is inbounded. But we're back underway. Flag. Miles Thomas, who will be feeling it after hitting that 3. 2:20 to go. Thought about the shot. Pass it to Flag, trying to work an effort for Eads or Cherry. Eads Cuts inside, almost had it stripped from Taylor. Does well to hit that shot. Back to a three-point game, 64-61.
Incredible performance. Everyone was over James Eads there, and he just goes up and makes the play. 31 points on the day.
That's about as close as you can get without fouling a man. Logan Kelly cuts inside.
Logan Kelly put Cherry on the floor there with his ball handling ability.
Just did him inside and out, left him for dead. Passed it into Douglas, who was fouled. This is where free throw shooting's massive for the Falcons. A team that was last in the conference in free throw shooting needs to keep their nerve here. And another tight game. Sinks the first.
But Tuskegee is not going away quietly. Montevallo was within one, and then they extend the lead again.
No, this is a talented team, and last year being away didn't phase them either. They came back and came back against Montevallo momentum to win it at the buzzer. 63-64.
Coach Jerry Dunn, a fantastic coach. Graduated from George Mason in 1981.
Cherry. All the Falcons in close attendance. Flag was wide open for the three.
Tony Bagdis quickly closed it down, though.
Declines the invite. Thomas. Bagdis again all over the place. Cherry upended. Throws it to Bagdis. Has Thomas on it, but he goes through.
Wow.
And the Falcons take their first lead of the half, 65-64. Welcome to Trustmark Arena.
Wow.
Unbelievable break.
Tony Bagdis' ability to finish around the rim is second to none. He's done it so many times today. Oh my goodness. Just gets away from the hand of the Golden Tiger defender crashing. I mean, I was thinking maybe alley-oop something, but knowing the defender was closing in on him, he just goes straight to the rim and puts it home, giving Montevallo the lead.
And how he knew where the basket was from that angle.
I mean, showing again why he was a D1 recruit as well.
Yeah, another fantastic player recruited out of high school. This Montevallo team is ramped up with talent. Starting to show itself now.
And this is a hodgepodge of players. And a lot of the Montevallo teams are almost the island of misfit toys.
Yeah.
Where it just gathers a bunch of different players that have had issues maybe off the court or whatever that has sent them here for some reason. And Coach Young usually takes a different team each year and does something great with them. And there's a lot of talent on this team. There really is. I mean, we were talking about this team being better than last year, a team who made the NCAA tournament. They just have to awake the talent. I mean, some of the talent sitting on the bench.
Yeah.
Logan Kelly, I mean.
And it's a mindset thing. You have to buy into the rest of your teammates. You can't feel sorry for yourself from not being on a D1 team anymore. You have to use this as an opportunity. And some players have embraced it with open arms and have had really successful careers at Montevallo. We mentioned, Brian Orange. Several players.
Terrell
Lipkins, yeah.
When Sharon Brown was here.
Could that be the same story for Jamar Taylor and Javonte Douglas? Falcons lead 65-64. 70 seconds to go. Jamar Taylor.
Oh my goodness.
All over him, but Javonte Douglas blocks it. A long three from Eads. It doesn't go. Taylor throws it forward. Douglas inside as one man and is fouled by Flag. That was pretty much the only option at that point in time.
Flag was trying to avoid being posterized there.
They better watch out not to get a technical. The Golden Tigers looked like they had added insult to injury. Flag kind of had a word or two with Douglas when he was on his way up. Douglas smiles and walks away.
Taylor Whitaker trying to calm things down as well.
What a block by Douglas on that end of the court. Whitaker was in close attendance, but the long arms of Douglas prevented it, and the shot from Eads, which has fallen all game, was a little rushed, and it was short, went off the front iron. Montevallo had a quick break. Douglas from the line.
And this is huge.
66-64. No matter the result of this, there will still be 2 possessions and a 1-possession game. Makes the second, 67-64, but if there's any team that can get a 3 in a hurry, it's these Golden Tigers, who have been fantastic, none more so than these 2 men right here, Travis Flag and James Eads. We've mentioned them all game long. And a timeout called Coach Dunn wants a word with his side. 58.1 to go, 67-65.
Wow. And Montevallo's first lead of the game comes inside the last 3 minutes, and they have just exploded. And I really thought we saw something tremendous coming as Douglas had an open look at the goal, except for Flagg in front of him, but Flagg did a fantastic job to avoid getting shown up.
Of all the players to be covering him, it's the only player under 6 foot that gets bared down on by Javonte Douglas. So the fact that, he even tried for that is pretty fantastic. It's almost too nerve-wracking to commentate at this because we've seen Montevallo blow so many of these close games. That was the story of last season.
Losing in overtime.
Losing in overtime.
Buzzer beaters. There was 3 buzzer beaters at home last season. I mean, it was just, it was absolutely insane. I mean, you had a team, North Georgia, coming here who was at the bottom of the conference and have one guy shoot lights out from 3 and beat you on the buzzer. It was just, it was just a letdown at the end of the game, really.
We mentioned 1-point losses as well to Lander and to Wingate, which ended the season. So.
Right, I had a chance to go to the Wingate game, and it came down to the wire as well, down the free throws. But.
Yeah, it was a back-and-forth contest the whole time, just as this one has been. Another Montevallo-Tuskegee game, which comes down to the final couple possessions. Seems to be a fantastic clash every time these teams meet on the court. Has been again today, and this may be one of the final possessions. Flagg looking for options. Montevallo need to be smart here. Tony Bactus gets it. Speaking of being smart, for the first time today, Travis Flagg is not. Turns it over. Kevin Kelly is fouled.
Yeah, Tony Bactus will go to the line here, but smart foul by Travis Flagg, killing momentum, running down the floor. But Travis Flagg's out of the game.
Travis Flagg has fouled out. 48.8 to go. He will make the early exit.
Tony Bactus is 3 of 5 from the line today.
Cherry, Massey, Thomas, Eads.
Shoot 2 here.
And Dominic Norton come on. Bactus, Douglas, Whitaker, Kelly, and Taylor. Bactus's first free throw effort off the front iron and in. 68-64, it's a 2-possession game, still 48.8, so multiple possessions left in this one.
Shot clock is still turned on, so if you're Tuskegee, you got to just go with what you've been going all game quickly. You got to find James Eads here.
Yeah, you either want a 3 from Eads or a quick 2. And another steal by Taylor. Gets it back. Bactus goes up.
And Tony Bactus once again.
Tony Bactus is good to go. 69-64.
And he's in the double digits.
Falcons now have a 7-point lead. Long 3 from Cherry's no good. Whitaker comes down with it, 28.3. Shot clock is now off. Tuskegee have a decision to make. Taylor, Kevin Kelly, and is fouled by Thomas Massey. 71-64. This game has changed in the blink of an eye.
And in the last 3 minutes, it really was the half-court defense of Jamar Taylor, Tony Bactus, and Kevin Kelly, who were all getting in the faces of these Golden Tigers.
Send Kelly to the line, 19.4. Makes it an 8-point game, 3 possessions. Kelly sinks it, 73-64, 19.4. A 3, a quick 3 is what's on the only thing that can be on the agenda right now for the Tigers. A double team
and the
on Dominic Norton.
Defense.
Eads.
Wow.
That's the man you want to get the ball, but he declines a 3-point opportunity and passes it out of bounds with 7.3.
And you got to think that's the end of the game here. Just got to finish it up.
Looks like Montevallo have survived the first difficult test at Trustmark Arena and hope to improve to 2-0, but what a turn of events here in the final couple minutes. Seemed like this crowd helped out as well. We saw some fantastic steals from Taylor, Kelly, and Bactus in the late going. And that's it. 73-64, Montevallo avenges last season's buzzer-beating loss. They will meet again on the 22nd at Tuskegee for part 2 of this clash. But what a fantastic first one we had. It was back and forth throughout the whole game, and Montevallo ran away with those final points. What a fantastic effort. We mentioned bench points, but the final 5 we saw on the court were a fantastic duo. We saw Kevin Kelly, Bactus, Whitaker, Douglas, Taylor. I mean, that's
maybe that's your team.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a good 5 right there.
Kevin Kelly just provides so much aggressiveness, but how about the play for Tony Bagdus late? I mean, he dominated on ball defensively, had 3 steals, had double digits in points. I believe it was 11 was the total. Also had 4 rebounds and 6 assists. So Tony was everywhere for the day. I mean, Jamar Taylor leading the game in scoring, but Tony Bagdus is my player of the game.
Yeah, Tony Bagdus stepped it up in the early going. Certainly a victory you can dance about. And Montevallo certainly stepped up. Kevin Kelly, we mentioned off the bench, would have a huge impact. He certainly did. Came in with some massive steals, some rebounds that were huge for him. Javonte Douglas led the Falcons in points with 22. Jamar Taylor with that late run of points got 19. And Tony Bagdus, your man of the match, 15 points, was 5 from 7. And also improved his free throw shooting in the second half, was perfect to increase to 5 from 7. Had 3 rebounds as well, 6 assists, and 2 steals.
The thing that Montevallo was able to do in the second half was shut down James Eads, and that was important to winning the ball game.
31 points for James Eads in a losing effort, 10 for Austin Cherry, but it came up short, 73-64. The Falcons pull this one out thanks to fantastic performance all around. Got Jamar Taylor next to me, highly influential player in the game, had 19 points, 4 rebounds, was 6 of 14. Jamar, it was a very tight contest.
Yeah.
What changed for you and the team that gave that boost in momentum towards the end?
Man, I know we just didn't want to lose. That's just the main focus, especially at home. You want to keep that home court advantage. Don't want to give it up. We just told each other play hard and play smart and execute.
This team has a lot of players with different levels of experience and from a lot of different places, different stories. What is big about this team that's allowed the team chemistry to gel?
I mean, we just some tough, hard players. You know, some come from rough cities, so we got something on our back and just want to play hard, and we got something to prove.
First half, they were double teaming you, and then second half, it seemed like you kick into a new gear. What was behind that?
I know I ain't play as up to my potential the first half, so if I do that, yeah, I just want to keep playing hard and tell myself pick it up next half and just let the game come to me and don't force anything.
What are you hoping to do differently this weekend against Lane and Miles?
I know play smart. We kind of play sloppy a little bit, and we got execute our plays and just play as a team.
Great game. Thanks.
All right, appreciate it.
Also, we'll interview Coach Danny Young after the victory, 73-64. Falcons were impressive, shot 57% from beyond the arc.
I think they should interview Freddie the Falcon. I don't think he's got much to say, though. They're like, okay, you cannot talk because birds don't talk.
Not talk.
And I'm like,
next time I'm going to go first.
Coach Young, it was a back-and-forth game. It seemed like your guys kicked it in the last bit of the game and had that little extra. What was behind that?
You know, I just tried to challenge their pride, and we came out flat. We practiced just like that the day before. You know, we weren't very good in practice, didn't play real hard, and about the last 7 minutes, I thought we played really well, and they focused, and they relaxed. We spread the court out, and we did the things we're supposed to do.
what alterations were made at halftime? It seemed like Tuskegee were just lights out from beyond the arc, and in the second half, y'all looked the dominant team, especially in the final five.
Well, we just didn't give them as many good looks, I don't think, as they got in the first half. They run their offense really good. He's a great coach, and they were just getting uncontested shots, and we didn't do a good job of guarding, didn't talk on defense, and didn't get through and switch, and we struggled to guard them.
Which player do you think stepped up the most in the comeback?
Boy, I tell you, Jamar was really good. JJ was instrumental down the stretch. Tony bagged us a couple steals. Kevin Kelly came in and did a great job down the stretch right there.
This is a team that beat y'all twice last season, the only team to win twice against Montevallo. What does it mean getting revenge on them this year, especially at home where they won last year, a buzzer beater?
Yeah, I'm just happy we won. At this point, it's early in the year, and we turn around and play Friday and Saturday and turn around and go to Tuskegee Tuesday.
Yeah, what lessons would you take away from this game to instill in the guys for the tournament this weekend?
Hopefully they'll understand that everybody's coming for us and trying to beat us, and that's what they've got to do to figure it out.
Thanks, Coach. Fantastic game. Thanks for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
That's all for us here from MontevalloFalcons.com. 73-64, a comeback victory. 9-point win by the Falcons, but it was a close game. The Falcons trailed by as many as 11 in the second half, but a fantastic, furious run there at the end, capped by steals from Kelly, Bagtis, Jamar Taylor, as well as multiple baskets from Javonte Douglas, who led the Falcons in points with 22 on the day. Danny Young's side improves to 2-0 in this Young season, and we'll have two big contests this weekend. On Friday against Lane at 7 o'clock, and then the match against Miles on 5. The rematch will be on Tuesday, a week from today, against Tuskegee at Tuskegee. So round 2 of this fantastic rivalry. But for today, Montevallo avenges last season's 2 losses with a great performance today. Some newcomers as well as some seasoned veterans worked hard for the victory. Trustmark Arena once again looks to be a fortress. For Wyatt Hall, I'm Alex Tejada signing off from University of Montevallo.